Time is the thing. Time is the essential piece of interpretation. You cannot start without me. I start the clock. However, unlike a clock, sometimes my second hand stops, which means time stops. The reality is that it's not until I once again decide to raise that hand that time is allowed to continue marching along her very merry way.
Hey everybody, I'm Mason.
And I'm Matt.
And welcome back to Double Feature Episode 5. This is where we talk about a new release. We each propose the second half of a double feature to go with it. We rank all the movies, kind of talk about whether we like them, whether we dislike them, how much. It's a crazy thing. I have something for you, given the movie that we're going to be talking about this week. Just a weird little bit of trivia. Did you know that when Michael Lehman was casting for Heathers, he considered Cate Blanchett for the Shannon Doherty role?
No, I didn't even know Cate Blanchett was an actor then.
Yeah, it's really weird. I would have picked that as the second half of my double feature if she had been in there, because then we could be both tarred and heathered.
Dude, that's pretty good. Do you have any old business from previous episodes or things that have come up that you need to discuss or would like to?
I do, but before we get to that, I do have to tell you that was a lie about the Kate. I think she was still in university at that point, or maybe she was on her like jaunt around the world. I don't think she'd started acting yet. But I couldn't resist. Once I thought of the joke, you have to go with it.
Yeah, once you got to the punchline, I realized that it was probably all a filthy lie.
Yeah,
which made it
sorry.
all the better.
I'm so sorry. So I've got a little bit of an embarrassing note off a previous episode, our last episode, actually, which thank you to our couple of hundred listeners. We appreciate it. I said that I had never seen a Swedish language movie other than A Man Called Ove, somehow managing to forget that Ingmar Bergman was Swedish. Not my finest moment. And I'd prefer not to dwell on that any more than I have to.
There's been a story in the news in the movie news that has to do with something we talked about Americans not wanting to watch movies with subtitles.
Yep.
Have you seen this thing about Marlee Matlin at the Sundance Film Festival?
No, I haven't seen this.
Okay, so I guess that the hearing impaired have a thing where they would like all movies just to have subtitles now.
Okay.
Even in English. And Sundance did not want to do that, and theater owners and movie distributors are resistant to this idea, and they set up an odd thing where Marlee Matlin could see subtitles or have some kind of setup on a tablet or something while the movie ran. She's one of the judges at Sundance, and it messed up, and she and perhaps some other people in spiritual concert with her, they walked out of the screening in protest. And so I was wondering if we're moving to a future where all movies, even in English, have subtitles at the theater.
Well, as long as mumblecore is a thing, I wouldn't mind, at least for certain movies.
Almost like, in modern films, all modern movies are kind of mumbly compared to old movies.
Have you seen A Ghost Story?
No.
Casey Affleck, Rooney Mara?
No.
Yeah, it's and I actually
that's a
like
good cast.
Movie. It is, and it's a very cheap, this was a dream project for the guy. I can't remember the writer director's name off the top of my head, which is a shame because I really do like the movie. But the first 20 minutes of that, if you don't have subtitles on watching the movie, I challenge you to understand more than half of what Casey Affleck says. He could be speaking Hungarian, and I wouldn't know the difference.
I had a couple of notes on last episode, too, talking about the guard and the lady killers, that his name was Elron, when we were talking about all the crazy names. And then
Oh
two,
yeah, Elrond.
I wanted to bring up one effect that was not too dodgy that made me laugh in The Lady Killers was when J.K. Simmons gets blown out of the tunnel, when the tunnel blows.
Mm-hmm.
When he does that, he's having an attack of IBS. And they don't ever mention this, but wouldn't he have almost certainly have pooped his pants when he was being blown out of that tunnel like that?
Well, probably, but The Lady Killers isn't Babylon. We're not going to see that.
And speaking of dumps in the pants, I also misquoted the Oklahoma Gazette critic John Picard when I said that he called Legend of Bagger Vance a soggy dump in the pants, which I should have realized all dumps in the pants are pretty soggy, if my own pants right now are an indication. But he said that it was a warm dump in the pants, which is perhaps even a better way to describe a man called Otto.
Well, I wouldn't feel too bad if you miss the occasional quote. I realized as I thought about it later that when I thought I was being very clever because of, again, The Lady Killers, Lump.
Yes.
And I'm like, oh yes, I'm gonna quote the lyrics to Lump. And then I included the correct name and then quoted the first line of the Weird Al parody. It's a boggy marsh and a bench in the park are not actually the same thing unless you're Kermit the Frog.
Oh, Weird Al, played by Daniel Radcliffe in Horns. Have you watched that movie yet?
No, and I keep getting prompted by my TV, and I desperately want to because it seems like a blast.
It does seem fun. I haven't seen it either. But we did watch a new movie that is up for winning an Oscar.
Yes, we
Oscar, as we call them in this country.
Yes, well, what's in a name, right?
Lydia Tarr.
Yes. After the success of our previous episode relative to our past ones, where we took on a movie that was making money at the box office and may have gotten rewarded for it with more listeners, we have decided to learn from that by taking on the massive box office hit that is Tar, which, to be fair, has still made more than Babylon.
Has it? Oh my goodness. I saw that it made like 7-point-something million.
I think it's made more than Babylon. That might not be fair, but it's not a very. Oh no, Babylon's made much more. What am I talking about? I was still thinking about the opening weekend for Babylon.
Yeah, so Babylon
hasn't lost a lot of money though. So yes, we're talking about Tar, the multiple Oscar-nominated movie starring Cate Blanchett and a bunch of other people who we'll get to in due course. But to be fair, it's really Cate Blanchett's show, which is why she's up for Best Actress. I've got a lot of catch up to do on my Oscar season movies, but Tar is one of the ones I saw in the theater, and I was really excited that we were doing it for the show. I'm really pumped about this because it's one of the two best movies I saw last year, along with The Northman.
I still haven't seen The Northman, but so far, The Tar is the best movie I've seen this year. You called it a perfect movie, and usually, the quote is that perfect is the enemy of good. This is very good, if not great.
Yes. So where do we want to start with this one?
Good question. I really don't have many notes on this movie at all, so I don't know where to start. I guess we can start talking about it. I mean, do you want to? We could probably spoil a lot of things. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should.
I think it's okay to spoil because it's not like it's a plot-heavy movie, but there is a point past which we probably shouldn't go. Well, we'll get there, I'm sure. But I guess maybe the best thing we can do is start talking about the character of Lydia Tarr, Cate Blanchett's character. She is an EGOT winner. She is a composer, a conductor. She's had all sorts of prestigious posts all over the country. Now she's the conductor at the Berlin Philharmonic or the Berlin Symphony. I don't know the difference, and I'll be probably saying that a lot as we go through, because this movie throws a lot of stuff at you that you will not know anything about, and you're I think really not expected to, and it's not necessary, but it does help to fill out the world. She is clearly an accomplished woman and clearly full of herself as well.
I believe the movie starts with her being described intercut maybe with her being fit for clothing and choosing clothing at an exclusive shop somewhere. It looks like in New York, although I'm fairly certain it is New York, which I really enjoyed. It was a really good person getting clothes montage, which I
And
often enjoy in the
did you
movies.
notice what her clothes were modeled after?
No, I didn't.
I did not notice this on the first watch, so I can say now this is a movie that rewards repeat viewing. Her assistant Francesca has a record with a
Oh.
picture of some composer who's done Mahler, and she's clearly trying to ape that image.
Well, is it a Leonard Bernstein record or is it somebody else?
I think it's there is a Bernstein record there, but I think it's might be somebody else that she's imitating, but I don't know. But she's clearly pulling off of a record, off of the picture cover on a record, which is not the only time in the movie that she does that. First impressions of Lydia Tarr based on her opening scene.
Well, her outfit is clearly kind of masculine in a way, in a traditional sense. And we later learn that she's a lesbian, but she does dress kind of in pantsuits that are kind of masculine. I really like the way she dresses, frankly. Her clothes are pretty awesome. She's a person of taste. She's very cold, which, we castigated a man called Otto for being so blue and drab. Here we have a movie that's almost entirely earth tones and often quite blue as well that we're going to praise. So perhaps Mark Forster is going to be upset with us.
Yeah, but it's much more lively. I'm sorry, it just is.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot more going on in this movie as far as fun stuff.
She is married to a woman. She does have a daughter, interestingly enough, to kind of play off your observation about her clothes. She later describes herself explicitly as her daughter's father, which I thought was an interesting choice. So, first impressions of Lydia Tarr, good taste.
Very full of herself.
Does she deserve to be so full of herself?
That's a question the movie never really fully answers for us.
Yeah, they really leave that to you.
Yes, they do. You know that she's accomplished and really respected by people. She gets interviewed by maybe the New Yorker or someone for some kind of talk she gives, and it's an interview in front of an audience, and we really immediately realize we're in a smart movie because it sounds like a real interview wherein she talks about the importance of keeping time and how she's this master of time and possessor of time, and we realize that she really is really full of herself with this time thing.
Yeah, she is that special sort of I don't know, like modern urban progressive pretentious. She's got that vibe. She listens to NPR. She dines at very upscale, fashionable restaurants and lets somebody else pick up the bill, I might add, for those outings. But
because it's a privilege to eat with her.
It is a privilege to eat with her. But she does seem like, just initial impression, she seems like she would be a charming dinner companion because she really does know what she's talking about. She is an accomplished musician and she does know her craft. Is she full of herself? Yes. Is it justified? I kind of think yes. Certainly she's a very capable woman.
Absolutely. She goes to dinner after this interview with, well, we also meet her assistant, Francesca.
Who's a presence off and on through most of the movie.
Played by Noémie Merlan.
Noémie Merlan, yes.
What do we know her from? I don't know if I've ever seen her in anything.
The thing that she's probably most famous for to people who are into art movies, and I can't speak about it because I've never seen it, but she was one of the principals in Portrait of a Lady on Fire.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see it either.
So
that's maybe the only movie I've even heard of that she's in.
Well, she is French, and looking down her resume, most of her films are clearly in French. And I have watched a lot of French films, but none of hers, I'm afraid.
We have an odd beginning of the film, even to backtrack before everything we've said that we've seen, wherein the movie starts with the someone on a phone and sending a picture of Tar asleep at a table.
Yeah, on a plane.
On a fancy plane.
Yeah.
And the person the person being texted by the person whose hand we see, kind of implying that there's been some kind of love loss between Tar and the person holding the text, but the person holding the phone, and that the person holding the phone still also holds a torch for Tar.
Yes. And that is clearly Francesca. And
it's an indication that Tar may not be a person worth having a torch for in the eyes of the person being texted. And then we go from that to the opening credits, which themselves seem pretty full of themselves. But these are some wild opening credits to this movie. It's like you're watching the end credits of a film that's been restored from the 30s.
That's exactly what it's. All of the behind the scenes people, all of the people that normally would have their names broadcast to an empty theater because the audience would have walked out by that point, unless you're like me and you stay all the way through the credits, even for movies that you hate. All of them are up front, and the movie proper doesn't really get going until like 5 minutes in. And I gotta wonder if, I don't know what the purpose of that was, but the effect, I think, of the first 5 minutes of the movie basically being the credits, and then the next 5 minutes of the movie basically being an interview scene with the principal subject. I wonder if that was to drive the normies out of the theater.
Yeah, it almost seemed like it was trying to overwhelm you with classiness.
And no one that in the screening I saw this movie at left, but to be fair, there were only like 4 of us there, and I think we all thought we knew what we were getting into, although we did not. We definitely did not. So maybe the best way to talk about the character of Lydia Tarr is to talk about the women in her life and the relationships that she has with each one of them. With Francesca, the one we've mentioned, it is obviously a relationship that has cooled, although you wouldn't know it from the way Francesca acts to her. You just have to pick up on those context clues behind the scenes. But Francesca has clearly been used by Lydia Tarr.
Being used as the movie goes on.
Yeah, and is willing to let herself be used at this point as long as it gets her where she wants to go.
Because Francesca is also a musician, we find out as the movie goes on, and probably quite a good one as well.
Yeah, she aspires to be a conductor. She aspires to be the next Lydia Tarr, and she is hoping that sticking by Lydia will eventually get her, if not the principal conductor's spot at Berlin, which would be a heck of a place to start, but at the very least, she's hoping to get a job somewhere. What other women does?
Well, we also
have in her life?
This film is filled with actors I didn't really recognize, or especially the actresses. But there is Nina Haas, whom I recognized from a Netflix show called The Defeated. Have you heard of this show?
I have not.
You would really like this show, I think. It's a show about a New York cop gets involved in coordinating or helping train or being a presence in Allied occupied post-World War II Berlin. And he gets in with the Berlin Police Department and helps them develop kind of a homicide division. And at the same time, he searches for his brother, who was a soldier who is now a serial killer. And it stars Taylor Kitsch as the New York cop and Logan Marshall Green as his brother. And it's quite a good show. They had one season, it came out in 2020, and it wraps itself up well enough that you don't need future seasons, but it also certainly set itself up for a future season. But now that we're in 2023, I'm guessing there will be no other season of this show. But it was a good show. It's pretty high budget. And it stars Taylor Kitsch, oddly, but Nina Haas is one of the prime characters on the show. That's why
it's only 8 episodes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not much of a commitment.
No, I would give that a look. Absolutely. So, who is Nina Hoss in this movie, and what
She
is
is
her
the wife, and she is a member of the Berlin Philharmonic, and Berlin Symphony Orchestra, whatever it is, and she is a string player.
Yeah, she is not just any string player. She is the first violin. She is the star of the orchestra. She is the of all the players, she is the most important one.
Yes, as we
And
find out from Tar that I guess before conductors, that the first chair violinist was kind of the star of orchestras. We find out in the interview with her. Point.
I do really like that interview because, especially going back and having seen the movie and then watching it again, not everything reflects on something later in the movie, but there is a lot of foreshadowing packed in.
There are a lot of things that come back in, and then there are things that you're right that is really good, because there are things that when you watch the movie, you think are going to be a bigger part of the movie. Then you realize they were just character set up for Tar. Especially the thing about the time. You think that time in some way is going to come back as a plot point, but it doesn't. It's really just shading, this is what she thinks of herself, is that she's this master of time and space.
I think it kind of does come back. But we'll get into that. But I'm going to argue for that one. But the relationship between Lydia Tarr and Sharon, that's the violinist's name, Sharon, they are spouses, and they were previously closeted. We find this out very late in the movie, that Lydia originally came to Berlin as a guest conductor, which is a position that has some prestige, but it's not. The orchestra is not really hers. And she and Sharon kind of plotted together on how to maneuver her into the spot that she's in, and also came out together in a relationship and weathered the fire of that, nearly having their careers destroyed from what it sounded like. But they've persevered, and now they are in control of one of the world's great orchestras.
Which is interesting that, you already mentioned the person who still has a flame for Tar and has been used by Tar is Francesca, who is Tar's assistant and very much known to Nina Hoss as Tar's assistant, and we find out also pretty much known as a former or current lover of Tar. Oh gosh, before we get to the other two, or at least in my mind, two prime women in Tar's life in this film, I wanted to point another thing in that interview that gets brought up a lot is Gustav Mahler and her, which we saw, you talked about on that record cover, but also she's known for conducting Mahler symphonies.
Yeah, this is what's explicitly being set up in the movie as this is the condition that will mark her triumph, that she has in her other posts recorded all of Mahler's symphonies, but she's never recorded all of them with the same orchestra. That she's been working her way. She's recorded the other 8. It is only the 5th, which is supposed to be his best, his most difficult, that she has left this for last, and she's going to produce a live recording, and then all 9 performances will be released in one big box set, and this will be the culmination of her career.
Number 5. Who are the other women there? Well, there's
we need to talk about Olga. We need to talk about Olga next.
Okay.
Yeah.
Played by an actual musician, it seems like.
Yeah, played by Sophie Kauer. And I don't know that I've seen her in anything else, but she is a real scene stealer in this movie.
I think this is the only movie she's been in.
Okay. Oh, yes, it is. Okay.
And yes, she is really a scene stealer in this. I didn't know she was a musician. I thought she was an actor that was really good.
And instead, they found someone who was perfect for the cello role and apparently can also act. Yes. I really want to see her in some other things. But she is a prodigy of a cellist. She has been performing in a Russian orchestra. Obviously, this was shot before Russian orchestras and Russian artists in general just became persona non grata around the world.
Mm-hmm.
And who could have predicted that happening? But setting that aside, she's been playing in a Russian orchestra. She has received at a very young age a provisional invitation to join the Berlin Orchestra. She catches Tar's eye because she's very pretty and she's very talented. She plays a mean cello, and
then when they have an interview talking to her, or she and Tar have lunch, she's also says unexpected things and doesn't kowtow. Kind of, there's something about her attitude, also her je ne sais quoi, that also catches Tar's eye.
Yeah, her kind of no nonsense personality and her ecstatic playing combine to make her. Is it too much to say Lydia's next target?
Oh, it is not too much to say. Yes, apparently we find out later that the first big thing that what's her name, Olga, did was she was a member of like the Moscow Youth Orchestra or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And at the age of 13, and she did a performance of one of Elgar's works that is captured on YouTube. And later, Cate Blanchett goes back to her home and watches this YouTube clip and is just enraptured by Olga.
Mm-hmm.
It seals the deal.
Yes.
That'll come back in later for sure.
It definitely will. And Olga might be one of the two possible answers to one of the film's great unsolved questions. But to talk about the other answer, we have to talk about Krista Taylor.
Yes, who's apparently played by Sylvia Float, or Flote. I don't know how to pronounce her name.
I don't either. And she's also not in the film very much.
No, she's a former target. We feel like, or find out. I think we always suspect that she's a former lover of Tar that is now hung up on Tar and keeps sending Tar emails. And we find out sending them to Francesca too.
Mm-hmm.
Begging for Tar's attention, basically. She's some kind of spurned person who is having a very hard time emotionally dealing with being spurned by Tar.
And it's not just Tar. There are a couple of lines later in the movie that basically guarantee, even if they don't say it outright, that Tar and Francesca and Krista were all involved in some sort of weird menage a trois. Francesca says, don't you remember that time we spent going up the river together, just the three of us? It's like, oh, okay. So it wasn't just you threw Francesca over for Krista, which was what I had been assuming up to that point. It was you were all in it together.
I didn't even catch that. Yeah.
It's a little, yeah. So, and we've kind of been bouncing around it, but before we go on for the rest of the setup of the plot to make sense.
There is one other woman that you mentioned already, is the daughter.
Oh, yeah, Petra.
Who is the person that Tar is most sweet to in the movie.
Yes. Sharon, very late in the movie, says it's the only relationship Tar has ever had that wasn't transactional.
Yes.
Which we find is not strictly true very late in the movie, and one of those things that I think we probably shouldn't go into. Let me put it this way. Lydia Tar has only ever had one non-transactional relationship, and it is with her daughter. I think that's fair.
Yeah. Tar, we've kind of realized from the beginning is probably not going to be the sweetest person on earth. That's pretty much the plot of the movie. But we go from this interview with her with the New Yorker to her having lunch with Mark Strong, who is made up in a very wacky thing to look more like a conductor or something, or not look like Mark Strong, basically, in glasses and a wig. And he's a less prestigious conductor who really wants Blanchett's basically letter of recommendation, more or less. He wants to use her, but also he's kind of the head of Tar has set up a scholarship fund for female conductors. And he's maybe the head of the board of this, of picking people or something.
I think he is, and I think there's also an implication, although again I don't think they ever say it outright, that number one, he's rich, independently
that's right.
rich.
That's right. And they do kind of say this.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a private jet. He's got his own, like the Kaplan group, which is his character is Elliot Kaplan. This is clearly named after him, and the implication is that he's a big finance guy who has always had a secret passion for music and is kind of using his money to buy his passport into this world.
And it's fun to see Mark Strong playing an explicit villain in a movie, although he occasionally does not. Like in the Kingsman films, he's not the villain.
Yeah. Is he the villain in this?
I don't think so.
Oh, good. I don't think so either.
I'm not sure this movie has a villain.
I think it absolutely does.
Okay.
It's Tar.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that it's Tar, but one of the great things about this movie, if not the greatest thing, is it is a drama wherein
Yes.
people can leave the movie and argue about how villainous or not that Tar is. You can't say she's the greatest human on earth, but
No, far
some
from
people might leave this movie and think that Tar's really been done wrong in this story. And some people might be like, well, she brought it all on herself and is an awful person and deserved what she got.
Well, I actually think
enough.
I actually think both can be true. At least,
yeah, maybe they're both true. That's right.
I certainly felt that way at different points in the movie. But yeah, so Krista,
that's how you feel when you see a good play.
Yes, and that's what this is. This is a dramatic study of a sort that would not be possible to execute on stage. This could only be in a film,
which is fantastic. Yeah, I kept thinking maybe Daniel Day-Lewis was mad he didn't get to play Tar. It's very much the kind of movie Daniel Day-Lewis would do.
Yes.
And then it also, the way Tar is the person who has it all at the beginning, and spoiler, it starts to unravel for her and she's not a good person. And the person who's, quote, losing their shit, as my ex-coworker Jacob would say, is the specialty of films starring Leonardo DiCaprio.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was another person I thought of in the movie, but it very much felt like the kind of movie that Daniel Day-Lewis would be in had it been a man. And it was wonderful to see it with a woman.
Yes. It was wonderful to see a cast that was, I mean, the major roles, Elliot Kaplan aside, are pretty much women in this film.
Yes, there's one other old musician there are a couple of other big musician characters, but there's Julian Glover and there's Alan Cordner as Sebastian.
But of the two, Sebastian doesn't last very long. Julian Glover lasts a bit longer. Julian Glover is playing Andres Davis, who is Tar's, I guess, mentor, one of her mentors anyway, predecessor. He brought her into Berlin, and he was the previous principal conductor of the Berlin Orchestra. And then Sebastian is her current assistant conductor as the movie opens, a man who Andres brought on, who's probably not talented enough to be the principal conductor at Berlin, but who's clearly an institutional fixture.
And whom Tar does not respect.
No.
And wants to get out of there and knows it'll cause a political kerfuffle because he is such an institution.
Mm-hmm. But at this point, she's willing to roll the dice on pretty much anything because she's Lydia Tar.
That's right.
She's going to get what she wants.
She has this fund for women conductors, but her idea in the beginning is to open up this scholarship to men as well and make it just non-gender related, which shows that, she maybe came up in a time when there were fewer female conductors. We get talk about this in her opening interview. And this is she's now so full of herself and not necessarily wrong that she feels she's beyond this kind of, I'm a woman fighting for women. She's also queer. I'm a woman fighting for queer women. This is not how she defines herself anymore. She is.
No, she doesn't define herself by gender. She doesn't define herself by sexuality. And she doesn't think that anyone else should define themselves by those things either, or by race, which
takes us into the next big scene.
Yeah, can we talk about Max? I want to talk about Max.
Yes, absolutely.
One of the first things we see Tar doing while she's in New York, doing this interview with the New Yorker, having lunch with Elliot Kaplan, whom she does not respect. She's willing to take his money, she's willing to fly on his plane, and she's willing to entertain him with the occasional lunch, but she does not respect him. However,
But she is greasy enough that she holds out some hope to him that she might respect him, but we can tell she doesn't.
yes,
And he kind of can tell too, but he needs her respect. So
he needs her respect.
He plays along.
So we've got that going on, but she's also in New York to teach a master class at Juilliard. And she's going to listen to people who've chosen pieces to conduct, and they're gonna talk about them and what makes them great. And this is what brings us to Max, a self-described BIPOC pangender person
That's right.
who is chosen, and I can't remember the name of the composer. This is a shame, but clearly an Icelandic composer who's doing atonal music, which Tar is an advocate for the classics, for the canon, for classical music generally, and doesn't have much respect for atonal music either. And this is
she compares finding yourself composing, or not composing, but conducting this composer as finding yourself driving a car without an engine.
Yeah, because you don't have any. This is one of the recurring themes in the movie. You have to find the composer's intention. It's the conductor's job to find the composer's intention and then use the orchestra, master the orchestra to flawlessly convey that intention to the audience. That's what she's about. And she doesn't have respect for atonal music, but she does. I go back and forth on the way she treats Max in this scene, because while she doesn't have a lot of respect for what he's doing, and she makes that plain, she tries at first to entice him into a reconsideration of the canon. And he is not on board with that initially, because he doesn't think that a bunch of, dead white guys from the 1700s and 1800s, dead white German church-going guys have
as
much.
She describes them. This is the way she describes those guys. He has a specific problem, he states, with Bach.
Yes.
Because Bach sired a lot of children, and in Max's eyes was a misogynist. And this is the big thing of this scene, is that Cate Blanchett does not want people to view this music based on the human beings that composed it, or pick composers based on the way they feel about the personalities of the composers.
Yeah.
And she talks about, as a conductor, you can't be a personality. You have to sublimate yourself and obliterate yourself totally to serving the music.
Yes, the exact quote is, "Stand before the public and God and obliterate yourself."
Which, as we find out in the film, is, if this might be true of the music Tar chooses, we don't find out whether she feels something in common with either her mentor Leonard Bernstein, or her hero Leonard Bernstein, or Gustav Mahler. But we do find out that no one obliterates themselves less than Tar.
Yeah, at least at first. But that's where we get it. She has this great moment where she seems to be like she's reaching out to Max. She's trying to present this music to him in a way that he's never thought about it before. And she's like, forget about the kids, forget about the man's life, and just listen to the music. And she sits down and she plays a piano piece by Bach, describing it as a series of questions and answers. You hear the music, and as she talks, you hear the music in that way. And it's a piece that is very familiar, which unfortunately I don't know the name of, and I should have written it down. But
I do remember that she plays it in different styles of pianists, like she does a Glenn Gould impression.
Mm-hmm. Or Schroeder playing for Lucy.
Oh, that's right. Schroeder playing for Lucy, and then Glenn Gould.
Yeah.
Who
What
might,
I
well, I don't remember or know the name of the Bach piece. I do know who Schroeder and Glenn Gould are and Lucy. So it worked
yes.
out for me.
But even if you don't know the name of the Bach piece, it's something that you've heard 100 times, 500 times before in your life. It's one of those pieces of music. But for me, sitting in the theater the first time, it was like I was hearing it all over again for the first time. And this is the film showing you how Lydia Tarr can be so successful a person. I think she is capable of interpreting this music and making you hear what she hears. Of course, she's doing it verbally in this scene, which is a huge help, but you still you start to get the sense that this is what she does. This is how she approaches her art.
But in spite of all those things, Zephan D. Smith Gneist as Max does not want to hear this at all. And this turns into, and you wonder if it wasn't always in her mind, kind of a personal attack on Max and what he represents to her.
Yeah, she definitely was breaking him down a little bit to kind of build him back up. I think that was the idea. What's amazing to me on rewatching the scene is how close she came to doing it. Like, he even admits, it's like, you play piano very well. Like, he's enjoyed the performance. He's seen the value in what she's done. But he says, but dead white guys aren't for me. That's not an exact quote, but it's close enough.
Yeah, and she says, hey, they're for me, and I'm a U-Haul lesbian. That's what she calls herself. Which I don't even know what that means. No, I didn't know what it means either, but I liked it.
She does. She takes that moment. She takes it personally. She turns it around and starts criticizing the music, and then asks, well, what will this make people think of you if this is the music that you like? At which point he just picks up his stuff, cusses her out, and leaves the room. As like, okay, from one point of view, it's like, you're an overly sensitive student is one way to read this scene. And if someone were to read it that way, I wouldn't stop them, because I can see that interpretation too. But she is also being a vicious teacher. That's another way to read the scene. And the scene presents both. And it's like, where do you come down on that? You personally, Matt, where do you come down on that? Is Lydia in the right? Is she in the wrong? Because I still don't know.
I think that both things can be true.
Yep.
I think that, what her message of you have to divorce people from their art is one of the classic touchy things to say about art, because you get into elements of, well, can you appreciate Leni Riefenstahl?
Mm-hmm.
And with all the documentaries in world history, do we have to appreciate Leni Riefenstahl? Is she somebody we have to watch when there are so many things on earth to watch? How do we feel about the films of Roman Polanski? How do we feel about Roman Polanski?
I'm so glad you brought that up, because Roman Polanski for me is like the knife's edge. I have a friend who cannot watch any Polanski movie anymore. He just can't. And
I certainly feel an ickiness when I see films by Woody Allen. Yeah. However, my personal take, I'll say this, is that if you want art by good people, you're going to end up with no art.
There is that, isn't there? And can I ditch Chinatown? I'm not sure I can.
No, that's the thing where it's like, can I not watch the movies of Leni Riefenstahl? I sure can't. But can I not watch Chinatown? No, I have to watch Chinatown.
I'm very comfortable with losing Leni Riefenstahl. I think like 30-second clips of her work are more than enough. I'm not saying ban her work or anything. I'm not a book banner. I'm not a book burner. But Roman Polanski is one of the masters of cinema, one of its golden ages. You got to grapple with Chinatown at some point, right?
You really do. In fact, we'll get to this later in the episode, but after I watched this movie, I thought, boy, this is a great movie, Tar. However, maybe 24 hours after I finished Tar, I rewatched Chinatown. I was like, oh, wait, I don't know how great Tar was now, because I just watched Chinatown again.
But and I think they're both superb movies. But they're both trying to do very different. This is why, like, The Northman and Tar are not trying to do the same thing. I would have a real tough time ranking one over the other for that reason. They're both excellent at what they're doing.
Tar is a drama, and Chinatown's a melodrama, to be fair.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Not a very broad one, but yeah, but they're out for different blood, and they both strike. But yeah, I think Chinatown is better.
Yeah. So we spend the first roughly hour of Tar looking at Lydia's life, seeing her go through her life, interact with the people in it, make her moves, try and twist things the way she wants. The one loose thread that seems to be, and Max will come back later. The one loose thread that seems to be available to be tugged is this whole Krista situation, because as you mentioned, Krista clearly didn't take well to getting thrown over, and she's turned into a stalker. For her part, Lydia Tar has done her best to sabotage Krista's career. She's written to conductors around the world in response to inquiries saying basically, this woman is unhinged. Don't hire her. She will be the death of your orchestra. The implication is pretty clear. Like, we're talking about a woman in her mid-20s who clearly had some talent, certainly enough to get into Tar's circles, who finds her career over. So when we find out, and I guess we have to talk about this, when we find out that she has in fact committed suicide, killed herself, it doesn't come as a shock.
No, we expect either Krista to come back and try to kill Tar or to kill herself pretty much from the time that the character is introduced.
Yeah, and that is in fact what happens. And it will be the beginning of the rest of the movie, basically. Who is Francesca texting? Is she texting Olga or is she texting Krista?
I think she might be texting Krista. Who do you think she's texting? I was thinking about this too. We're never told.
We're never told. The first time I watched the movie, I had the impression that she was texting Krista. The second watch through, I think it might be Olga. But I'm still very much on the fence, and I'm willing to listen to any arguments from anybody. I definitely have it narrowed down to those two. But I guess the question is, like, does Francesca, while we're spending all this time with Lydia, does Francesca have a plan that she is enacting? I guess the question, how much of a manipulator do you think Francesca is? Is she taking advantage of, is she texting with Krista at the beginning of the movie and then taking advantage of Lydia's new infatuation with Olga to try and destroy her boss? Or has she already started planning how this might happen before the movie even begins, and Krista's death is just the last straw? I could read the film either way.
I think both things are not what I saw. You've seen the movie twice, and I've seen it once. I think that there's a person here who is fairly infatuated with Tar and wants to use Tar to get where she wants in her career, and has seen Tar, is witnessing Tar cutting out Krista. I think that Francesca, as you talk about with her bringing up the thing about the river, that Francesca is far more genuinely sympathetic to Krista than certainly Tar is. I think Francesca's kind of a sweeter person, but then at some point, what she's seen Tar do to other people, Tar does to her. And she immediately sees through it and sees the finality of it. And then she's a woman spurned and a person at a loss in her career. And she comes back at Tar in a way a smart, sophisticated, spurned person with some kind of ability to get a revenge does. Or might. I don't think that it was all a plan to get Tar. I think that because there's a point in the movie, you brought up that Krista commits suicide. Well, we see when Krista kills herself, Tar immediately sees how all these emails and messages that Krista has been sending to her over time could come back and bite her in the ass.
Yeah.
and professionally, and somebody might ask about them, and so she starts telling people that she and Krista have not been in touch, that Krista was this person that was unhinged and Tar wasn't interacting with her, but she's been scrubbing her emails and messages of mentions of Krista. However, at some point, she asks to use Francesca's computer because her email's down or something's messed
Her
up with her.
laptop isn't working all of a sudden. Yeah.
Yes. And she uses this as an excuse to check Francesca's old emails and see if Francesca has messages with Krista, which she knows she has had and has asked Francesca to delete. And she finds out that Francesca has not been deleting these messages. It's left somewhat vague, but she asks Francesca, hey, did you delete those messages like I told you? And Francesca says, I don't know. And
I don't know.
know.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, but we know she's sure she hasn't. But
Yeah.
we don't know if the motivation is, and her saying that is that she just doesn't really want to fully lie to Tar, or if she kind of suspects maybe Tar went on her email and looked.
Mm-hmm.
And either way, it's like I kind of took it in a way that Francesca is a more sensitive soul than Tar.
I think she is, or at least was at some point, a more sensitive soul. And the first time watching through the movie, I took it very much like you're describing. Like Francesca is basically a nice person who's kind of working for, the ultimate mean boss, but is willing to put up with it if it'll get her where she wants to go.
So I don't even think she thinks of her as the ultimate mean boss. I think she is enamored by Tar still. And I think that, I think you're kind of implying that maybe she kept these emails from Krista as a possible war chest in case she needed them.
I think that's a possibility, yeah.
It is a possibility, but that's not how I read it. I took it as she kind of didn't want to erase Krista and didn't feel good about Krista's being destroyed by Tar and by herself. And I think that there was some genuine feeling there for Krista that she didn't want to get rid of these things. She didn't feel good about it. And when she said, I don't know, I can't remember if I deleted them, I can imagine, based on the woman playing Francesca's performance, that she thought about deleting them and then just couldn't bring herself to. I did not read it as like, maybe I'll need these at some point. I read it more like that she just didn't want to erase Krista.
That's absolutely a justifiable reading of the film.
But it's also quality of the movie that you can debate it.
Yeah, this is what makes Tar a masterwork. Is you can have these discussions and the film gives you just enough ammunition on both sides. I think based on what we've seen, I think both of our readings are equally justified by the text, and that's the fun of talking about this movie. This is why I was so happy we did this. Where do we go from here?
How we go to Berlin, we meet Davis, played by Julian Glover, and we meet Nina Haas, and we meet Petra, the daughter, and we also meet, I talked about how blue and earth tony this movie is. We meet Tar's wonderful house, which is some good architecture porn. There's a lot of privilege porn, even if it's desaturated to some degree feeling, or just monochromatic in some ways, or very limited color palette. There's a lot of good culture porn if you like seeing rich people stuff in this movie. Like, I still haven't seen a Nancy Meyers movie before I understand that's an attraction of Nancy Meyers movies. It definitely works on me. Like the Tar's clothes, the restaurants they eat at, but especially Tar's clothes and Tar's house.
Yeah. And notice you never see a price tag on anything, but that's because you get the sense that, at least at this stage of her life, Lydia Tar is exclusively patronizing establishments of the, if you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
That's right.
But yeah, let's talk about this apartment, because it does become important throughout the film once we see it. It is this palatial thing. It's an apartment, but it's basically a house, and it's screamingly modern.
Oh, yes.
brutalist concrete walls. I mean, everything is elegant, everything is appointed. There are no real barriers between rooms, but it's still very clearly segmented off into, like, there's barely any doors in the place, but it's clearly segmented off into spaces. Yeah, what do you have to say about the apartment?
I
Because
loved it. I wanted to
all
be
I have written
inside
on
of
my
it.
notes here is wow.
Yeah, I loved it. Yeah, it totally worked on me where I was like, oh yeah, I want to hang out in there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it'd be great. Wouldn't you love to go over for a dinner party
Oh yes, I would love to be invited over to Tar's place.
with Lydia and Sharon? I think it would be. I think it would be really, really interesting. And then when you got tired of listening to Lydia, you could just go in the other room and hang out with Sharon for a little while.
And and you talk about Sharon, who lives there full time and has some kind of emotional problems herself or some kind of health problems where she has to take these pills. And we also find out that Tar likes to take some pills.
Yes, and
has a little bit of a drug habit.
And has Sharon's.
Yes, takes Sharon's pills.
Yeah.
But Nina Hoss, I loved in this movie, and you get a feeling of how their marriage works, where Nina Hoss is a successful musician who we find out also helped Tar's career and is a very bright person, is very smart, and is Tar's kind of confederate and commiserator. It's a real kind of marriage where they support each other, and at some point Nina Hoss gives Tar either the idea or by suggesting it permission to use her own idea that undoes her in the movie to some extent, or is one of the things that precipitates her downfall.
Which specifically are you talking about?
I'm talking about what we get to is that she finally is going to use her power to unilaterally get Sebastian out of being the assistant conductor. And what we find when she tells Sebastian about this, he says, oh, I knew it ever since that woman came. And what you get the feeling is that the new assistant conductor, everybody has thought for a while, is going to be Francesca.
Yes.
And Francesca thinks this too. And and I guess traditionally, if they're going to get rid of somebody, there's a vote of the orchestra people, of the musicians.
And when we say get rid of somebody, I want to pause and clarify this. Like, apparently, this organization is about more than just the principal orchestra. And there are other orchestras involved and other conductors who kind of go on, tour. They are the touring orchestra, and this is the main orchestra. And when he's not being fired in the sense that he's not going to be working for the organization anymore, what he's getting offered is a spot on one of these touring orchestras as the principal conductor of that ensemble,
which apparently is a big step down in prestige.
Oh, huge, because he's not going to be at the center of everything anymore. He has the satisfaction of being able to, like, brush his nails against his chest as the number 2 guy in one of the great orchestras of the world, which he wouldn't be as the principal conductor of a touring company.
And so by bypassing this electoral process of getting rid of Sebastian and just doing it unilaterally, it's going to bring a lot of scrutiny on who Tar chooses to replace him. And so suddenly her idea that she can get away with anything and just put Francesca in the place of Sebastian is no longer as settled in her mind. She kind of feels there is a limit to what people will let her get away with. And if she wants to continue with getting away with most things she wants, maybe she should reconsider Francesca. But she's not the one that presents the idea of possibly not having Francesca be the person. It's Nina Hoss who brings it up.
Yeah, you're right. It is Sharon.
Yeah, Sharon brings up, hey, maybe she asks, is Francesca the best choice? Implying that maybe look elsewhere. And Tar says she's certainly not the only person equal to the task.
Which, of course, would just objectively be true, right? If we're talking about taking over the second spot at such a great orchestra, surely there would be people around the world who are very talented who would give their eye teeth for this opportunity. But I'm interested to hear you say what you're saying, because what you're saying literally never occurred to me while I was watching the movie. I interpret it as Tar definitely had Francesca in mind. She was going to be the number two once Tar finally got rid of Sebastian. And I think that was the general expectation around the company. I actually think if Tar had gone through with that, there wouldn't have been a problem. But I read it as the thing that gave her suspicion about Francesca was the email business, looking on her email and seeing Krista's stuff, because it's right after that she has the conversation where she asks Francesca, did you delete Krista's emails? And we get the I don't know, I'm not sure, which actually, I'm sure you noticed this, but at Lydia's deposition very late in the movie, that gets bounced back to her by the person doing the questioning. You answer all these questions with I don't know, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
The movie's got several pleasing sort of symmetrical writing examples when it comes to something like that. But Tar just takes it as the answer at face value, knowing that she does have the emails, figuring that Francesca is probably lying to her. And that's when she broaches the whole assistant conductor thing and asks Francesca to compile a list of suitable candidates.
Mm-hmm. And feel free to put yourself on there.
Yeah, feel free to add your own name, of course.
And this is where Francesca starts to feel uneasy.
Yeah, because
we know that she's not going to be chosen, but Francesca maybe doesn't know 100% she won't be chosen, but she's starting to think, oh.
Mm-hmm. But in a different story, in a little bit more of a melodrama, or even in real life, like you can see the benefit in compiling a full list of potential names. And so, but you can see a version of this story where exactly the same thing happened and Francesca would walk out of the scene happy because Lydia would say something like, well, compile a list of suitable candidates, but feel free to put your own name on. Instead, she kind of throws it off like, well, it's nothing, Yeah, you can put your name on if you want to.
And does this happen before or after we meet Sophie Kauer as Olga?
Let me see. It is actually, we've seen her briefly. I think she was in the balcony at one point, kind of watching on, but we have not met her yet. And I think they actually bring up the whole lunch with the new cellist thing in that scene, if I'm not misremembering. And then the very next scene is the welcome lunch for the young woman who actually isn't yet officially a full member of the orchestra because there has to be a vote, but we're still welcoming her. And this is where Tar starts to get a little infatuated with this cellist, if she hasn't already.
Yes, we do even get implication that perhaps she's already somewhat infatuated with her, because when Sharon is talking to her about her impressions of Olga, because she's been around Olga in Berlin while Tar's been in New York. Tar initially makes it seem like maybe she hasn't even met Olga, but then clearly reveals that she knows exactly who Olga is, or at least what she looks like, which raises an eyebrow from Sharon because Olga's pretty. And Sharon can immediately see that Olga will catch Tar's fancy, or has.
Yeah, Olga is pretty and very vivacious.
Yeah, very pretty and very vivacious. Yes.
So, and this is one of the signs that things are going wrong for Tar. Not so wrong that she still can't bowl through it, but she's clearly starting to raise some eyebrows. Apparently, at this recording session for Mahler Symphony 5, they're also going to be playing a companion piece, which is, again, this is the movie throwing out something that I don't know if this is real, and kind of throwing it out like, well, of course, everybody knows about this. Don't you know how major orchestras operate? Don't you know about companion pieces? It's one of the things I like about the movie, actually, because you don't actually have to know this stuff. It just drops it in as world building, and then you understand the significance of what's being said and done by the way
Yes, the film really
characters are
takes you in
reacting.
this world of symphony, of really high class, the highest of class of symphony people, in a way that at least feels knowing and feels like you're learning things. It's one of my favorite
Whether you
things
are or
movies
not.
do.
Yeah, and it's great. But Tar has been delaying on the choice for this companion piece for a while. And she finally comes out right after, coincidentally, Matt. I don't know if you noticed this, but right after she has her lunch with this young cellist who says that she made her name doing this particularly difficult Elgar piece, which you brought up earlier, she gets up in front of the podium or in front of the whole orchestra at the podium and announces that the companion piece she's chosen, coincidentally, is the same Elgar piece
That she watched her play on YouTube.
I know, isn't it amazing?
Yes.
And even better than that is like at first this is taken as a good sign by everybody. Like people are thinking this over. They're making sounds of approval.
Yeah, they're like, "Ooh, this will be a good companion piece that we didn't expect."
Yes,
They're very pleasantly surprised by this idea.
It's unconventional, but it's inevitable.
Yeah, it
right?
just seems really cool, like to everyone, and also very pleasing to the cellist in the orchestra, who is very jazzed
Gosha.
that she's going to get this big chance to display her wares.
Yeah, Gosha, and this is her, and this is Sharon. Sharon and Gosha basically exchange a look, like, "Yeah, look at this. You're gonna get your moment in the spotlight. How amazing is this? You're gonna get to really show off people." And then in the next moment, Tar undercuts things first by saying, number one, that they want a cellist to do this piece. They don't want to bring in some big guest from outside the orchestra, that she wants everything to come from within their own ranks, and then
which makes them happy too. She says traditionally this is somebody, and she looks at who is the character, the I'm sorry, the Gosha, and who's so happy, and she says, "Normally this would be your job, but you have so much to do in the number 5 that I wonder if you would be okay if we looked elsewhere." And Gosha has to now go from just top of the world to utterly crushed.
What in the absolute heck?
And says, "Well, I guess in theory, there's nothing wrong with what you say. I certainly feel capable of the task, however, but do what you think is right." So then we get to the second element of this, which, if you had any doubt that Francesca was not going to be chosen as the assistant conductor, this is a nail in that coffin too, because here we see how Cate Blanchett's mind works as Tar. She says, "Okay, we're going to have these auditions to do this." And we know immediately that, of course, the person she already knows who she's going to pick is going to be her new inamorata. And Gosha asks, "Okay, how long do I have to prepare for this audition? I could use a little time to brush up on this Elgar piece and get ready to really show you my best." And Cate Blanchett's like, "Oh yeah, you got time. We'll do it Monday."
Yeah.
And Gosha is just like, "Oh man,
which is
waylaid."
Which is the high class equivalent of take the weekend. And Gosha doesn't ultimately end up auditioning.
She does, I thought.
No, she's one of the judges. She's one of the people with the scorecards.
Really? No, see, I thought she perhaps was one of the contestants, or one of the, because they say that there's only one person auditioning, and then they're like, "No, there are 2."
Yeah, initially there was only one person. It was Martin, I think, is the name that they mention.
Oh, so Gosha
say,
doesn't even audition. Well, that changes my feeling of that scene. I thought I misinterpreted that and thought that Gosha was auditioning and just wasn't.
Yeah, that's
the
what
way
I
they do the audition is you don't
too.
see the person, the conductor who's the people choosing. They don't see who's playing. They're playing behind kind of a false wall. Of course,
you can see their feet.
Yes, but you can also hear they're playing, and everyone responds to one person's performance more than the other.
And it is very clear that that is, in fact, who Cate Blanchett wanted. She herself just has this look of satisfaction on her face, like, yeah, I'm going to get what I want.
I almost thought the drama in the movie was going to be that that performance would turn out to be by Gosha. So you telling me Gosha didn't audition really changes how I feel about that, because I thought that you were supposed to think for a minute maybe Gosha was the one that ended up playing it better and this would end up coming back. Or even when though you see how even Gosha responds to the performance, that maybe Gosha thought it was her own performance being played back or something and was like, oh yeah, I nailed this. That it would be like, no, that wasn't you.
Mm-hmm.
That was Olga.
Yep.
And so everybody prefers the Olga performance. And Olga, even though she's not a member of their symphony orchestra team,
not a full member,
not a full member, gets the gig.
Yep. And there's a great scene afterward where, she's clearly, she runs down the stairs like it just ecstatic, and the judge
she's all just elated. Yeah.
And the judges just look after her, and 4 of them look reasonably pleased, or maybe just 3, because Sharon's one of them and Gosha's one of them, and I don't know, Francesca's one of them too. So maybe it's just Lydia and Canute. Maybe they're the only ones that are happy about this. Poor Canute really takes it on the chin. But
Canute Braun.
Olga. There is, I don't know how far I want to go into this because we've already gone past this at certain points, but there's one particular scene, and if you don't already know the one I'm talking about, you will by the time I'm done. Lydia starts practicing with Olga, and, it's going very well, and Olga sees a piece that Lydia's composing and starts making a couple of suggestions on it, and like they're bonding. But these sessions...
This is a recurring theme in the movie, or recurring plot point or story element of the movie, is that Lydia Tarr is not just a conductor, she's also a composer, and she's been working on this symphony that she's been having trouble with and gets inspiration for, and then kind of loses it and is kind of working on it throughout the film, and people are kind of expectant of, how's your writing going?
Yeah, as I hate that phrase. It sounds like
how's the shitting going? That's how she says. Like, she's like, and Dave's like, okay, well, how's the thinking going?
Yeah.
She's like, not great.
So, but these practices always end with Lydia driving Olga home. And Olga is staying in what looks like this really, really rundown, crappy place. She says she's staying with friends. And, we don't quite know what to make of that. But the second time Lydia drives her back, she leaves a little teddy bear in the car, a little teddy bear that she has. And Lydia, in an uncharacteristic gesture, decides to get out of her car and follow Olga in to give her back her bear. And I don't really want to talk about the scene that follows, but this is where I got the idea that we had left reality and that maybe David Lynch was driving.
Yeah, things take strange turns here and as the movie progresses in this section, because we also find out that as this kind of like master person in the world, of course, Tar has a fabulous exercise regimen, which we, Cate Blanchett's in wonderful shape in the movie with all the cheekbones in the world, and she loves to jog and box.
Yeah, jog. You mean she's keeping time?
Oh, that's right.
I told you I was going to bring that back.
I did. Yeah. You did.
So, yeah, and there is this section. Do we want to talk about the metronome and the noises?
Oh, yes, that's that. Go ahead.
There are all coming up to her crowning achievement conducting performance. Lydia starts hearing things that are like the air vent on a car rattling a little loudly, or
which itself is a very David Lynch thing to do.
Yeah, or the hum of a refrigerator or something,
or the doorbell,
something like that. Or even when it's not actually being rung, she'll start hearing these things. And there are a couple of scenes like late at night when she gets awakened by the sound of a metronome.
The rattle in the car is particularly a good little moment.
It is, because it's so subtle. and so quiet.
And you can watch how the composer's mind works hearing it in a way without it saying anything.
And it seems like exactly that, like it might just be a throwaway, because I think that's the first instance of it happening.
Mm-hmm.
But then we get to the metronome. She wakes up hearing her metronome tick. She goes out into the living room, opens the cabinet where it is, and finds that its cover has been removed and it's ticking. She stops it, she turns it over, and there's a weird maze-like cipher on the other side, which we've already seen once in the movie, on the inside cover page of a book that was given to her as a gift. And the implication was clearly that the gift was from Krista. This cipher is Krista's signature. And it was bad enough when she was just like sending Tar gifts. By the way, the novel, I don't know if you looked this up, but I did. The novel that she's sending is by
Challenge?
Challenge, yes. And it's by Vita Sackville West, who was a British, she married into nobility, but she was I think, closeted lesbian, and had a number of affairs both before and during her marriage, pretty much exclusively with women.
The marriage to a well-off woman. Sharon Goodnow, Nina Haas's character, is also a kind of an independently wealthy woman, I think, through her family, and has these sisters we never meet. One of my favorite lines about in the movie, just because in my job now I deal with SNR, signal to noise ratio.
Mm-hmm.
When she complains about Sharon's sisters and says one of them, when she talks, she's like, oh, the signal to noise ratio with that woman. Davis says, Schopenhauer's rated people's intelligence based on their sensitivity to noise.
Mm-hmm. I love those little lines in the movie that can be throwaways, and you can also use them to build criticisms and critiques.
Well, because what she comes back with there is something about, we've heard when Max complains about box life, she kind of throws it back in his face that doesn't matter. She throws back something about Schopenhauer being a tool to Davis, kind of doing what Max did. And then when she's at some point hanging out with Olga talks about how her group or her friends leave flowers at this woman's grave every year on National Women's Day.
Yeah.
And kind of reveals her own political leanings, not just kind of a lot. And you kind of feel like this is maybe what the younger Tar was like in some ways. Mm-hmm. And Tar has lost this sort of social conscience, political fervor, moving out into just sort of being her own thing, this master of the universe, but that she still hung on to it when Schopenhauer's bringing up, when it suited her and she knew a fact, she would not hesitate to bring it out.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that.
It was just kind of cool.
It is. It's great. But back to the Krista cipher, the little maze-like pattern that lets you know Krista is involved. Like the first one is on the book that is sent to Tar as a gift, but the second one is on the inside of the metronome cover in her home. Did Krista leave it there? Did Francesca leave it there?
Good question.
And by the way, let me throw an alternate suspect in, because as we've been talking, you made a lot more observations about Sharon than I did. Did Sharon leave it there?
I also suspected that maybe Sharon had, because we also know that Sharon is unstable in some way.
Could Francesca have been texting with Sharon instead of Krista or
See,
Olga?
I thought that was possible too. I also, you said it was either Krista or Olga. I thought it was Krista or Sharon.
Yeah, it never even crossed my mind that it would be Sharon.
It never crossed my mind that it might be Olga.
God, I love this movie. By the way, and I don't want to spoil it for you if you didn't notice it, but Krista's hovers around the movie in a couple of very brief scenes, like she walks into the bathroom once early on in the movie when Lydia is in there. She just matter-of-factly walks in and walks straight into a stall, and Lydia stops, did I see that right? Is that who I thought that was? And you see her a couple of times, I think, like fragmented images of her in a dream sequence that Lydia has off and on through the movie.
It's a pretty crazy dream at one point.
Yeah. Did you see her after she was dead?
Ooh.
Did you
I,
notice the couple of times she made an appearance in the movie after she was dead?
I'm not sure if I did. I don't
Go
think so.
go back and watch the scenes. The one that I can definitely point you to because I know where in the movie it is. There are a couple of scenes that start with Tar and Sharon in their bedroom. The lights are off. They're in bed. It's late at night, and just watch. I can't remember which one it is, but these scenes always involve Tar getting out of bed and walking somewhere. Just watch her as she gets out of bed. And one of those times, if you're watching closely, you'll see a woman sitting in Tar's bedroom that Tar does not notice. And it's definitely not Sharon because Sharon is in the bed. I think it's Krista. I'm not sure if Tar isn't a ghost story.
She tells Francesca that she's made a decision about who the assistant conductor will be.
Yes. And it will not be her.
It will not be her. Oh, and also we're starting to get questions about Krista's death, right?
Yeah,
From outside.
that's true. If this is not the last time that we see Francesca in the movie, by the way, it is definitely one of the last times. So yeah, there are questions circulating about Krista's death, and Tar has deleted all of the emails that she has involving Krista. She's instructed Francesca to do that and knows that for whatever reason, Francesca has not. Lydia sits her down and says, it's a very difficult decision, but I want you to know that we're moving in another direction. And you can just see the look on Francesca's face. She's kind of a sort of like resignation, anger, hurt, and also some vengeance creeping.
Yeah, there's some resolve in there that she's going to do something.
And what does she end up doing?
She ends up helping to bring Tar down by giving the emails and what she knows about the Krista relationship to the board, or maybe to the police.
Definitely gave them to the lawyer that the parents, Krista's parents, hired. They clearly imply that they have possession of those emails. And she also schedules Lydia for a deposition in New York on the same day as her book tour date.
Oh, that's right.
And doesn't tell her about it. Because when Lydia finds out that she's going to have to go give a deposition in New York, her first reaction is shock. Her second reaction is to get on the phone with Francesca and tell her to get over there now because she has some serious questions. And only after that point does Lydia realize the full magnitude of how deeply on the hook she is. And it's not just the Krista thing either.
The other shoe drops with Max.
The Max thing, and that one to me was survivable if it had just been that, because as Lydia herself says, the video of her in the class had clearly been edited.
Well, what we see is there's a viral video of Lydia Tar that comes out on social media.
Yes.
And it's her from this class with Max and the things she said, but it's been really cut together choppily to make her look 1,000 times worse than she actually looked, which wasn't that great. But they've taken her words and twisted them and edited together new sentences, elided things, combined other things. And they also they put a part where she touches Max in there. They've made this sort of crazy cut
where she seems to be hitting on a girl as well. She's like,
yes. She takes a thing about saying the composer was one thing she says to Max, which is crushing to him, is she's like, you think you don't have anything in common with Bach, but this composer you're so in love with is a beautiful young woman. What do you have in common with her?
Yeah, Icelandic,
And so then they take this quote about beautiful, sexy young woman and put it in this video and make it seem like she's talking about someone in the class or something.
Yes, and they also take a comment that she made about jazz, which I will not repeat.
Oh, that's right.
Even in its original form, as in its mild form, it's one of those quotes that if you were to actually say something like that in the real world, I think the next thing that you would probably do is to stop and go, should should I have said that in this day and age? Is that going to get me
Yes,
canceled?
it's really rough that even just quoting somebody else's quote directly can get you
Yeah.
in trouble like that. And she was trying to remark on someone else's racism,
Yes,
but she
and
uses the terms that person used,
a
which is
once
something
acceptable term for African Americans
yes, but
is one
she's
of those.
quoting a racist to
Yes.
show the racism,
Yes.
and then the person who made this video takes this piece of video and makes it look like she's just saying it.
Yes.
And so we get the power of filmmaking to twist the truth. She's had a little Leni Riefenstahl in her class.
Yes. That's
And
exactly right.
and so she's getting all these questions from her scholarship people, her board of trustee people, or whatever that you would call this, that she's in trouble and has she seen this video, and she's like blah blah blah, and then she has to go and talk to these people. And you're right, because this is a movie about intelligent, sophisticated people, she immediately is just like, hey, you can look at this video and see that it's crazily edited. She breaks down the real ways you could see the video's been edited. She's like, look, there's no way a person could film this with one phone in real time and get reaction shots of people like this from different angles. And I wish real people one thing about being sophisticated about media, people just aren't this sophisticated as a rule. It is only certain people that would even be able to articulate this, because I see when people watch documentaries in quotations and then want to tell me what they saw was real, and I have to be like, well,
that part must have been recreated.
Yeah,
Well,
and
yeah.
this is they've left out this information. They're choosing what they tell you here. You're not seeing the truth. You're seeing what this person wants you to see. But Tar does a wonderful job of breaking down for if you were anybody talking to her and you thought the video was real, once she tells you about it, there's no way you could think it was real.
Whereas I was on the minute I saw the video, which we do see in the film, I was like, well, that's obviously a hack job. But I'm not sure I could have said exactly why without really pausing to think about it. And even then I would have missed a lot.
It's a great scene where she
breaks it down expertly.
Yes.
By itself, I think that would have been survivable. And by itself, maybe the whole Krista suicide thing might have been survivable. And by itself, the whole Me Too stuff that comes out, because, as it turns out, which we've been alluding to over and over again, Lydia Tarr is a Me Too predator.
Yes, and she's had a whole lifetime of Krista's and Francesca's.
Yeah, and Olga's now, except that she never actually gets Olga.
Well, one of the great things, yes, is as things start to fall apart and the news tightens around Tar professionally and socially, she also, when she goes to New York for this thing, she brings Olga with her. And there's a great part where she asks if Olga wants to go out for a nightcap or hang out.
Oh, God.
It's part of a seduction. And Olga's like, no, I'm jet lagged and I want to go to bed. And you immediately do feel it's a cutting, because if this person that owes so much to Tar now for getting her this Elgar performance thing that's going to be a real showcase for her, is we saw how happy she was to get it earlier, now suddenly is too jet lagged to hang out with Tar. But then later on, Tar gets home and sees Olga in a hallway going out, which Olga doesn't know, but Tar,
she is dressed to go to a club. She is clubbing.
Tar gets the impact that, oh, Olga just blew me off.
And like the whole jet lag thing actually would be, and initially, like the first time I saw the first half of that, where I'm jet lagged, I'm just going to go to bed. I thought, okay, you know who you're with, and you just don't want to get any more deeply involved.
Exactly.
And then the second part of the exchange is actually the first time I started to suspect that maybe Olga was in on this plot to destroy.
See, I never suspected her at all.
Yeah, this is that was the first time I was like, you so blatantly lie, and there is somebody. This is the other reason that I definitely don't think it's Krista texting. Could be Sharon, maybe, but when Lydia is doing her book event in New York, which the script makes pains as her life is collapsing, as she's lost her professional relationship with Elliot, and all of his money. The script takes pains to show you that her book event has been moved to a smaller venue in a different location. All of this stuff. You actually see someone from the crowd who seems to be continuing the text conversation, that has been going on periodically throughout the film. And it can't
Yes.
be Francesca because Francesca's not there, but Olga is.
Oh, wow.
The thing is, even as I'm saying this, someone out there is probably saying, no, you're wrong. There's another way
Yeah.
to read that. And there is. I'm sure there is.
There are two things that we've left out.
Yes.
One is that the name of her scholarship is the Accordion Fellowship or something. Accordion. You get the feeling,
Yes.
Did she play the accordion? It's never stated. But that'll come up later. But then the other thing is we've left out a subplot. She has a neighbor that's an aged woman who is infirmed and who lives with a mentally infirmed daughter who is middle-aged. The adult daughter kind of bothers Tar at her door and stuff, but they're obviously an affluent family who live in her building or live in an old apartment that Tar keeps and used to live in when she first moved to Berlin.
Yeah, that's with her
there.
Yeah, that's with her. That's where when she's living in her old flat, or periodically she goes there to write and to be alone.
Yes.
Which is still, it's a fairly nice apartment.
Oh yeah, it's not a piece of crap.
No, but it's definitely nothing like.
It's not that penthouse or whatever she lives in.
No. Yeah. And it's an uncomfortable set of scenes, especially because you're not totally sure how to read it. It does give you a handle on exactly how uncomfortable Lydia Tarr is dealing with people on a personal level when she doesn't have her education, her profession, when she doesn't have her knowledge base, her cutting wit, her seemingly encyclopedic knowledge of pop culture, when she doesn't have any of that and the classics, when she doesn't have any of that to fall back on, she is just crap at relating to these people.
Which, granted, it's a hard person to relate to in some way, but I also really liked these characters of this daughter and mother.
Yeah.
They were another element of the movie I thought was quite good.
Yeah. And
you always
quite
see
good.
These people in rich neighborhoods where you're like, oh, these are kind of the moneyed people who are not out making the money.
Yeah. And the beautiful thing is there's not some obvious tie back to anything else we've talked about with these people.
No.
When we eventually see inside their apartment, because this mentally infirm daughter needs Lydia's help with her mother who's fallen and can't get up on her way to the toilet. In a lesser script, this would be the moment where someone felt the need to make a connection, where you see a stack of classical records sitting there in this unkempt living room, and Lydia's finally able to make a connect. Oh, you listen to you. Oh, I listen to. Have you ever? And that never happens, which is a beautiful thing. The scenes are just kind of there on their own, and their aftermath with the other siblings who come in very late in the film. All of that just is on its own, not connected to anything else in Lydia's life. And you can take it or leave it for what it is. And I thought it was great.
Oh, I agree with you.
Which is just beautiful. What else do we have to say about Tar? That
okay, so I
don't want to go into the end too much.
Really, I kind of want to talk about the end a little bit. I feel like that nobody is going to really want to listen to the podcast about Tar, maybe that doesn't watch. I don't know. I want to go into it a little bit because she does kind of, we've already said she pretty much loses it all. And it isn't just socially. She starts to lose her grip, at least in her own mind, of her own estimation of herself as a musician, because at some point, the woman, the mother of that mentally infirm daughter, dies.
Yes.
And she goes and is visited by
their siblings,
like the sister and the sister's husband of the mentally infirm daughter. And we see that the daughter now, without the mother, has been put in a group home, a kind of living facility, not allowed to live on her own. And now the daughter and her husband are going to sell this flat, and they talk about Tar's playing all this music in her apartment, and Tar thinks they like the music, and they ask about if they can know when she practices because they're showing it in this apartment to people. And at first you could tell like she's kind of like, they want to know when I'm playing so that people can know they live next to this great artist. And they're like, we want you to cut out the noise when we're showing it to people so we don't scare them away.
Yes. And after that, she starts making a lot more noise.
That's right. She must make this is where she busts out the accordion and starts making a song on accordion about it's kind of song I would make up.
Apartment for sale.
Apartment for sale. You put your sister in jail, and just screaming it. And what's one of the things you were talking about, how when Tar plays that Bach piece earlier in the different ways, how it made it live for you. I think there's a real like effort in this movie or to not go to lean too hard on showing us Tar as a great musician. Like the when they made the movie, I feel like, I don't know to what extent Cate Blanchett is a good musician or knows how to sing or something, but I feel like Todd Field was like, no, this movie isn't about whether or not Tar, we're not making people come to this movie to see Jeffrey Rush as David Helfgott.
Yes.
We're seeing a drama, and it doesn't matter that much whether in any moment you think Tar is this master pianist or master accordion or great singer. The importance is that you believe that she knows music and has this encyclopedic knowledge and mastery of music and the way it's supposed to be used. And so when she's making this song and screaming it, it doesn't matter whether or not you think it's a good song. You might.
Oh, it's a terrible song.
Yeah.
But
it doesn't matter.
But it's raw and it's born out of emotion. And
that's why I might think you could argue that it's not a terrible song. It's real.
Well,
but it might be. It just fits. It's punk rock. You might like it, you might not.
As we learn early in the film, the two most important questions to ask about a musical composition are: what is the effect, and what is it doing to me? And the effect of Apartment for Sale was to show exactly how discordant and dissonant, Lydia Tar's life has become by this point. And the effect it had on me was a huge belly laugh.
And it's intent, also not just to show how discordant her life is, but for her character is this kind of catharsis of just breaking out in some raw emotional song she's making. And it also made me laugh. And if you're asking, was it a good song? I'm not sure I wanted it to end. I might have listened to a few more lyrics of Apartment for Sale. That said,
I would have listened to another. I would have listened to another minute if Cate Blanchett ever wants to release an LP. If it has that song on it, I will buy it.
I probably won't, but I will listen to it on YouTube.
Well, there you go. And as we know, that's where all music goes to live.
That's right.
So, yeah, this is, I guess we really should talk about the ending because there is one element.
Oh, and it just we missed when everything's fallen apart for Tar. Another piece of catharsis and just a hug. She goes and watches old YouTube clips or maybe videotapes. She goes home to her family, who we all of a sudden we meet her family briefly, or at least her brother.
Yeah,
and
just
that's a very crazy scene where we see that, here's a person who doesn't live Tar's life, but is clearly also intelligent and sees through Tar and deals with her in a way other people don't, but that she's also dealt with her family the way she deals with everybody else in this movie.
Yeah,
and he doesn't appreciate it.
Yeah, before we get too deeply into that,
she goes for the hug. I'm sorry to these old Leonard Bernstein performances.
Yeah. I do want to talk about the Mahler score, the 5, the score that she notates throughout the movie. One of the best things this movie does is show us the geography of Lydia Tar's life in a very understated way. And we see all 9 Mahler scores in a very prominent place in the living room of the big apartment that she has with Sharon. It's not even pointed up what they are, but at that point, that Mahler's written 9 symphonies, and you see 9 books with Roman numerals on them, and you just know what those have to be,
and
right?
We also didn't. I didn't get to my point about also with Tar and the movies talk about marriages and things that there is the thing about Mahler's marriage to a well-off woman whom he made sublimate her or destroy her own musical career.
Yeah, the debate that she's having with Francesca.
Yes.
Yeah.
Francesca points out that she wasn't fair to Mahler's wife, who was a good, according to Francesca, quite a good musician and composer herself that Mahler kind of destroyed musically.
Yeah.
Because Tar looks at it as a love relationship that went badly and that the wife betrayed Mahler, as perhaps Tar is going to feel that all these people are betraying her. When
because Lydia,
she is the
Lydia looks at it as the wife knew what the arrangement was and she chose to do it.
She was with genius.
Which is kind of, if you stop to think about it, that must be her attitude toward Sharon.
Yes.
And toward Francesca.
Sharon doesn't have to give up her music, but it is her attitude towards people and women.
Yeah, just in general.
And her lovers and just people in general. That she's the genius and everyone is lucky to be around Tar.
Yeah, these are the sorts of things you have to put up with to have me in your life. Aren't you lucky that the price isn't steeper?
So when she watches these Leonard Bernstein videos, she weeps and weeps and weeps. And I didn't weep, but I could understand why she did and appreciate and enjoy her weeping. Like, it's not a scene I think that's meant to make you cry, but you feel like you really get why she needed these things.
Yeah, and I want to come back to that scene, but I want to finish with the Mahler thing first, because don't apologize, because you're pointing up something that's really important. If we're going to talk about the end, we have to talk about that. But I guess the climax of the film, or what looks at first blush to be the climax of the film, is set up with those scores. At one point, she goes in the living room and she finds that her 5, which she's been annotating this whole time, the score for 5 is missing. And she gets a little frantic about it. We do eventually find that score. It's been stolen from her, and it's been given to the guest conductor taking her place. He is going to conduct with her score that she has built. Who is he?
It's Elliot.
Oh, it's Elliot, you jerk. One of Tar's favorite insults is to call people robots.
Yes.
And I did not notice this the first time through the film, but she says this like 5 different times. She calls Sebastian an old robot. She tells Elliot that he shouldn't be a robot. She calls Max a robot. Like that's her go-to insult of choice. You are not original. You are not creative. You are not doing anything new. You are copying what other people have done. You are a robot.
And when she gets eventually put out to pasture by her accordion foundation, of whom Elliot is kind of the king.
Yep.
He's very happy to be rid of her in a way. And she tells him off again then about being a worm.
But he kind of has the last bit of revenge.
Yeah, so now when he's conducting this orchestra, it's an extra level of, oh, you didn't want to hang out with her or deal with her anymore, but you're going to use her work because you are just a worm.
Yeah, it does prove that she is right about him.
Yes.
And you can, in that moment, I don't know that a lot of people would get it, but I teach for a living.
I thought about this many times while watching the movie about you being a teacher.
Yeah, and I work on my class presentations, and I work on my notes, and I work on my PowerPoints. I really put a lot of time into that stuff. And even if I use a template, I usually end up changing most of what's in it because it's not quite the lecture I want, and I come up with other things to add to it. If someone were to steal my PowerPoints and start giving my classes, that would infuriate me. I was in total sympathy with her. Oh, poor Lydia. Or I guess I should say, poor Linda.
Oh, yes. We find out her name was not Lydia Tarr. That's right. From her brother.
Yeah, for me, this is the actual, and it's literally on her degrees. And her last name is Tar, but with two R's, not one.
No
And
accent.
no accent mark. She's not Hungarian. She's just from Staten Island. That, for me, is the actual climax of the movie. And it's what marks her as a fake. She may
And
be
it
a great
links her with what we've been hinting at. What the movie's been hinting at is that she's a person who has reached this rarefied air in her profession where she no longer feels the need to be attached to any of the things that have gotten her where she is.
Yeah, but it's actually worse than that. And this is where I want to come back to that Leonard Bernstein stuff. Did you pay attention to what he was saying?
About how the
Because
intention of music is how it makes you feel.
yeah, a lot of it is what she was saying earlier. And this is like, she was right about Elliot being a robot, but so is she.
Mm-hmm.
She's stealing Leonard Bernstein's, I forget what they're called, but he did a whole series on PBS, apparently.
Yes.
This whole series called, I've got it in my notes, Young People's Concerts.
Mm-hmm.
Where he plays music and interprets music. And this is, she called Leonard Bernstein her mentor. This is what she meant. She's basically just giving his free public lectures that she had on VHS. Like, this is what she's built her career on. That's how I read that scene.
Oh, yeah.
She's a fake. She's a complete phony. She may be an expert at what she's doing, but everything she knows, she stole from somebody else. And boy, if you make your living as an instructor, that can feel a little indicting. I gotta tell you. Oof.
So we go from this to where she gets a new agent who's going to get her a new gig after. Oh, wait, no, wait. First, she has her big breakdown, which I guess we don't really have to go in. I think that's really meant to be the climax of the movie.
Yeah, it is structured as the climax. For me, the climax is the revelation that she's a fake, but the big moment is the Elliot moment. Yeah.
And after this, she has a public breakdown, and then she's moved to a smaller, more fledgling agent who gets her a job in like Osaka or somewhere.
Oh, it's not even in Japan. No, and at first I couldn't place where she was, but
she's a guest conductor.
I was watching with subtitles this time. She ends up in the Philippines.
Oh.
At the end of the movie, there are a couple people speaking in a couple different languages, but the dominant one seems to be Tagalog, which is that's the Philippines.
Yes. The reason I thought we had to do the end of the movie was because what fun would it be to talk about this movie without talking about a few things that happen here. One, she's constantly humbled when she's here. Yeah. No one is like just that enamored with her, but she does have perks and things and a nice lifestyle here in the Philippines that is given to her as this guest conductor. But one thing that happens is she takes a tour down the river and she wants to get out for a swim or something. And the guy's like, I wouldn't do that. There are crocodiles in the water. And she asks about how there are crocodiles or something. Or maybe she doesn't even ask. The guy just says, like, they aren't native to here. They bred here and survived from being put here for a Marlon Brando movie.
Yeah.
And I thought that was hilarious.
It is. It's great.
Now, the things you do have lasting repercussions with that you do in the name of the genius artist or something. And then have implications for other people that you can't even foresee or don't even care about.
Yeah, and so they're talking about Apocalypse Now, right? They must be.
I think so, but does Apocalypse Now have any crocodiles in it?
I don't remember. But
I don't remember any.
I think it's the only time Marlon Brando ever did a shoot in the Philippines. If they're referencing something, it must be that.
It seems like, Apocalypse Now was in the Philippines.
And she is kind of undergoing her own Colonel Kurtz
she has gone Kurtz.
Yeah, at this time. So it really does suit the moment if it's that.
Then the other big thing in this final sequence of her in the Philippines is, she's had this hard time, and earlier we skipped over a thing where she has a violent encounter earlier in the film and during her kind of downfall, or maybe just before. And so she has these physical problems in the movie, as it goes along, and she decides she needs a massage.
Yeah. Oh,
And
yeah.
she goes to this Filipino massage parlor that seems very fancy. She goes in, and you get the feeling that this is not just a straight up massage parlor.
No, it's
That it's
not.
probably a house of prostitution, because
Yes, it is.
she goes in and she's told to select a woman. There are
Yeah.
all these pretty Filipino women in a room in robes, and they each have a
Yeah.
number. And which
It's
number does she pick?
she ultimately ends up picking none of them, but the one
Or
that
does
catches
she
her.
not? Or does she?
Oh, I don't think I don't think she goes through with
Okay,
it. I think that's why she
I'm
runs.
not sure. I thought she did,
I think that's
but
why
it's
she
not
runs
shown.
out in the street and pukes as she realizes what's about to happen and is like, "No, I can't do this."
But
But
what number?
no, the number that catches her eye is number 5,
Number 5.
who is sitting in a posture very reminiscent of a certain young Russian cellist of her recent acquaintance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a gross scene in a very classy way.
Yeah, there's no actual sex or nudity or grossness, actually, but yeah,
No, no, there is not.
and its
It's
effect on her where she goes out and vomits.
it's all in the implication of it. Like this is for her rock bottom.
Yes,
I
that
think
she's about to buy a relationship with a woman who is number 5,
Mhm.
the 5th that has been denied her.
Yes. And I don't know, how do you read the final part of the movie? How do you read where she ends up? I don't know that we really want to go into it, or do we? I don't know. But is it redemption? Is it punishment? Is it karma? Is it fate? What eventually happens to her? I don't know. I really don't.
I think it's a very satisfying conclusion, but I also think it's ambiguous. I think that to her, it's very much a punishment that she has to go through with. It's a humbling. I
Yeah.
think that but I think that for the audience, the implication is that for this person, even this humbling is a pretty sweet existence.
Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, I would like to perform in front of an audience that was that wrapped in those things. That was a very interesting looking gathering.
Oh yes, the audience at the end, and you kind
Yeah.
of yeah. I forgot about that very end audience. Yes, I think also that the audience there is key in that is also a humbling in that she has to perform for this kind of crowd that is no longer in tuxedos, and
Yeah.
it's not what she's used to.
Yeah. Gathering to hear a youth orchestra play music from their favorite video game series.
Yes,
It is kind of a fitting. She is literally standing before the public and God and obliterating herself.
that's right.
He's
Excellent movie.
Yeah, she talks a lot about God in this movie, much more than I would expect from someone who like God is watching you stand before the public, and God is like she mentions God half a dozen times. It's a very weird sort of thing that I wouldn't expect from a lot of people in her position, and yet from her, it
That's
doesn't
her
come
only
off as
peer.
yeah, it doesn't come off as an affectation. It's a sincerity. You're right. Yeah.
There's
So she
God, and
starts
then
out the
there's Leonard
movie.
Bernstein, then there's her.
Yeah.
Maybe there's Mahler before them both.
Well, who's really more important, the person who wrote the music or the person who's causing it to be interpreted?
Good question.
I mean, I think she would say that it's the person who wrote the music because it's her job to interpret, and she can't interpret if there's nothing there. And I think that's what she would say, but that's not how she acts through most of the movie.
No.
But yeah, great
So
movie.
big thumbs up for Tar.
Mhm.
It's hard for me to imagine I'll see a better movie from 2022. If I do, that'll be a good thing. But I'm
Yeah.
behind on the Oscar movies as well, but that's certainly the best one I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, the two movies that seem to have done really well at the nominations, I've only seen one of them. I haven't seen All Quiet on the Western Front yet.
Oh, I've seen that.
Is it as good as people say?
I don't know that people say it's that good.
Really? Okay.
I
just
feel
it
like
gets
people say that. I think the feeling is that some people have campaigned very hard to get this movie nominations. I saw the movie and thought the cinematography is gorgeous. But when that's your takeaway from a movie, you couldn't have enjoyed the movie that much.
Fair enough. I remember watching the original 1930 version a long time ago, and I did really like it, but it's not a movie you like is the wrong word. I appreciated it quite a bit. It's not the kind of movie that inspires a lot of happy fuzzy feelings. And I did see Everything Everywhere.
I haven't seen that one yet.
You know, for some people it really works, and for me mostly works. But it also, especially toward the end, it started to wear on me a bit.
I was going to maybe suggest it for next episode.
Oh, I think we should.
But
I think we should.
I think we should be open to other things as well.
Well, and that would be fair, but I'd be happy to do it because I feel like I owe that movie a fresh viewing. A lot of people that I respect say it's their favorite movie of the year, and it certainly got nominated for a lot of stuff. And the only other person who might conceivably win Best Actress if it's not Cate Blanchett is fact
Michelle Yeoh.
Yeah. So I feel like I owe Everything Everywhere another chance to really capture me.
That one and The Fabelmans were both ones I was going to maybe suggest for next episode.
Yeah, and I have not yet seen The Fabelmans, despite having had ample chances to. So I would be happy doing either of those.
Okay, so I think that we both give this movie a big thumbs up.
Big old thumbs up.
I don't have beer here, but I want to heat up another cup of coffee, and then I want to talk about your choice.
All right, sounds good.
He's the bravest man I ever saw. Biggest dang fool ever lived.
One day, he's putting down a riot in the guise of a prison warden, and the next day, he's on the deck of a battleship, impersonating the ship's surgeon, always managing to stay one step ahead of the authorities, while adapting his remarkable skills to whatever his latest hoax demands.
You're not allowed to molest enlisted personnel, but with you, I'll make an exception.
Are you Martin Goddard? And your real name is Ferdinand Waldo Demara Jr., alias Dr. Monet, alias Brother Joseph Jerome?
So we're done with Tar, and we're moving on to my pick for a double feature. And I'd like to start by saying that this isn't actually what I would pick as the ideal double feature for Tar. My actual suggestion for anyone who's considering doing a double feature with Tar is that first, you need to do Tar. And then you need to spend 2 hours walking and thinking and talking about Tar. That should be your actual double feature. But we can't do that. I can't get away with a cop-out answer. I have to suggest another movie. And so the movie that I selected is a 1961 film starring Tony Curtis called The Great Imposter.
I'm very curious as to why you picked this, although I have a few ideas.
Honestly, it goes back to what I was saying right at the end of our discussion about Tar.
Yes.
When I finally realized who Linda Tar was, that this had been just a big act the whole time. And I'm going to go ahead and say, before we get any further into this, that if you actually do this double feature, my proposed order is to watch The Great Imposter first and then watch.
I agree with you. I was going to say, if you thought that Great Imposter should be second, that I think Great Imposter should be watched first.
Yes, it absolutely should be, both because it's a more lighthearted film. It's more traditional. It's kind of the old style of Hollywood filmmaking dying. This is like the third time I've seen this film over the years, and I don't know why I always think it's in color.
When did you initially see this movie? How did you come across it?
Oh, my mother loves Tony Curtis. And I grew up on a lot of Tony Curtis movies. Some of them are very good, some of them not so much. The one that dominated my childhood was not actually this. It was another movie with great in the title called The Great Race. Have you ever seen The Great Race?
No.
I'm just going to give you the cast list. Tony Curtis. I haven't
seen this one either.
Tony Curtis, obviously. The four big or the five big actors in the film: Tony Curtis, Natalie Wood, Jack Lemmon, Peter Falk, and Keenan Wynn.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's a great, and it's a really kind of dumb but fun. It's not a melodrama. I guess it might be better to call it a mellow comedy about a great race around the world, where Tony Curtis is playing the ultimate hero. He always wears white and his teeth always glint when he smiles, and he's got those baby blue eyes, and he looks every inch the hero. And Jack Lemmon is playing the dastardly villain, and Natalie Wood is playing the love interest. It's a lot longer. I watched it as an adult after having seen it like 15 times as a kid, and it is much longer than I remembered. It's like 2.5 hours.
Wow.
There's an intermission.
You picked this movie, and I suspected that it was when you started talking about Linda Tarr, that it was because it's about an imposter and you were taken so much with how she's a phony.
Yes.
When I was watching The Great Imposter, my feeling was that you picked it because The Great Imposter is a story so preposterous you think it must be a lie, but it's a true story.
It is.
And Tar is so believable you think it might be a true story, and it's not.
I've got to confess that's another motivation.
Yeah, that was my take on it. I was like, oh, here's a movie that's so ridiculous you find it hard to believe, and then find out it's pretty much all true. And then you see Tar, and going in, I forgot to mention this, that I did not realize Tar was not based on someone. And so early on in the film, when they say that she's an EGOT, I tried to look on IMDb of what Tar won an Oscar for. I'm that gullible. And that's when I realized Tar is a fiction.
It's it was one of those things that initially, on my first watch, the movie actually had. I'm glad we're going back to this, so I get to call myself out. It kind of rolled my eyes at it because it's such a like first year script writing student thing to do,
To
right?
say EGOT, right?
Or that you've won, like here are your 3 Oscars, or here are your 6 Emmys, or this person is clearly just like the best at blah blah blah. It's such a, and I did it myself once. Writing an early script for a really, really crappy short play that thankfully never saw the light of day, and no one's ever going to see that script because I don't have a copy anymore. I destroyed them all. But I did the same thing in that, and I'm kind of rolling my eyes at she won all these major awards. So
we didn't also touch on Todd Field.
How did we get through all that and forget to talk about the director and the
writer of the movie? Whom in the same way that I was blown away by Babylon being by the same guy that made La La Land and First Man, neither of which I cared for, I didn't like In the Bedroom or Little Children by Todd Field. And found it hard to believe the same man made this.
Yeah. And 16 years on. I mean,
this is such a long layoff.
It really
come back with by far his most ambitious movie and largest in scale.
Yeah. And he's won everything for it so far. I somehow suspect that he won't win Best Director at the Oscars. He
certainly deserves Best Original Screenplay based on what I've seen.
Oh, yeah. I think that's fair. Although I think Everything Everywhere will be a strong contender there too. But I think you're right. Anyway, so The Great Imposter is the not quite true, can we say Hollywood true story of Ferdinand Waldo Demara Jr.
And certainly one thing that's not true is that Ferdinand Demara Jr. did not look like Tony Curtis.
Well, no. But to be fair, nobody looks like Tony Curtis.
No.
He is a handsome guy. He's getting to that point in his life that when his face is starting to be a little pudgier around the cheeks, but he's not in Spartacus shape. And Spartacus was only the year before this, if I remember correctly. But he's not in that shape. He's been living a little bit of a good life, but he's still a very handsome man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So Fred Demara was actually a real guy. And you probably have not read the book about his life.
No.
Which is also called The Great Imposter.
And this is a novel, not a biography. They make this distinction.
Yeah, it's a novelistic biography. It does kind of selectively arranges material sometimes, I guess I should say. But I have read and I own the book, and I've read it a couple of times. A lot of times when you see something that's based on real life, you could say Hollywood jazzed it up a little bit to make it more cinematic. They actually deleted a lot of Fred Tamara's more interesting accomplishments because otherwise you couldn't have made the film fit in 2-hour runtime. The film, well, we'll get into it, but Fred Tamara was a man who was one of the first major, maybe the first really accomplished identity thief and identity forger. He stole people's identities. He created new ones of his own and went out and did these outlandish things, things that he did not have the professional qualifications or the education for, and mostly did them quite well, which is kind of the shame of his life, is that he clearly was a very smart man and a very talented man who didn't really want to put in the time to work for what he wanted. Instead, he just wanted to have those things, and he was smart enough to figure out a way to get them.
But the thing about this movie is, and that never really gets answered throughout the film, what it seems like is that we initially get that he's a teacher and he gets busted.
Yes.
And this sends us back into the past of seeing him as a child, and this terrible thing happened when his father was a victim of the Depression, who was a theater owner, and they've lost everything, and he thinks his dad has gotten a job again as a theater owner and starts buying things and renewing their credit at stores and tells everybody they're going to be rich again. And then it turns out his father's just had to accept a job as a theater projectionist, which is a fun job that doesn't pay well at all, and has to face the fact that his family's never going to have these things again. He's been basically telling everybody that they're going to have all these nice things, which makes you think that you're set up for this movie about a guy who doesn't have the means to get the education and bona fides to get the things he wants, and that the things he wants are monetary. However, we're presented with a very different story about a guy who routinely takes jobs that don't make a lot of money, but get you a lot of prestige and are quite difficult.
Yes.
And then somehow pulls them off. Spoiler, I enjoyed this movie. And I was happy to see it. I'd never watched it or even considered watching it, and I did like it. But if the movie has you want to talk about a movie you could remake this and have more of a logical through line of what exactly motivates this character to do these jobs. Some of them you can see that he had some kind of experience in the field. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
And then others, you're like, what would possess him to even think he could do this or want to try to do it? And then he does it.
Yes.
With varying degrees of success. But we'll get to this. But yeah, but just the through line of what makes this character tick is not the strong suit of the movie.
No, they actually did redo this, of course, in a stronger form. You've seen Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah, that's the movie that, of course, comes to mind a lot while watching this. Two movies actually came to mind a lot while watching this, were Catch Me If You Can and Blow.
Oh, okay,
Just if you've ever seen Blow, the childhood situation, it's like, but Catch Me If You Can and Blow are about characters that seem much more like what we're kind of presented with of the child Ferdinand Waldo Damara, not the actual identity thief.
Yeah, I want to be clear to anyone who's listening at this point, because someone may, if you're listening, you may have been screaming, Catch Me If You Can is not the same thing as The Great Imposter. No, it's not. It's the same kind of story, but
yeah, Catch Me If You Can.
It's also a true
Avondale
story. Yeah, based on a different guy who was also. It's also based on a true story deal, and I do know that they are different guys. I want to make that clear before we move on. But Fred Damara, to me, is the more fascinating of the two for the reasons that you've pointed out.
I agree.
My favorite thing that he did is actually it's not depicted in the movie. It's only very, very, very briefly hinted at that he's late in the movie. Someone makes it like he was a professor of psychology. Fred Damara actually did moonlight for several years as a professor of psychology and became the dean of his college, or the dean of the department. I can't remember the exact position, but in his short time in that position, it was just several years, became one of the most highly regarded professors on campus. And despite knowing nothing when he started out about the subjects he was teaching, which included things like abnormal psychology, somebody asked him late in life what his solution was. How do you teach these things that you know nothing about to a class? And he is, I'm going to give you Fred DeMara's entire philosophy of education. It's 2 points. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
Number 1, don't stray too far from the textbook. Number 2, stay one chapter ahead of your students.
That's another, last time we quoted the Norm Macdonald joke about the rope store. He has one where people are always talking about how great teachers are. And he's like, man, being a teacher seems like the easiest job ever. You get the whole summer off. And what qualification do you need to be a third grade teacher? A fourth grade education?
Yeah. I got to admit, being a professional educator these days, I find that also a little indicting sometimes.
Yeah,
Anyway,
both of his parents were teachers, by the way.
Yeah, no, I believe it. Oh, I know. I guess many of his most famous exploits are in this movie, and I guess maybe the best way is just to go through them. Most of the movie, in kind of a classic Hollywood structure, is told in flashback. As you mentioned, he's a teacher at an island school in New England. The kids love him. He gets along very well with them. Everyone seems to respect him. Toward the end of the movie, we find out that the townspeople think he's the best teacher that they ever had. But police arrive by boat to this island to arrest him and bring him back to the mainland to stand trial on a long list of identity theft and forgery charges, all of the aliases he's built up. And on the way back, we get a sense of who he is. He's a little irreverent. He's a little funny. He doesn't want to be, when he gets onto the boat, he doesn't want to be handcuffed to the bed in the small room that they put him in, because he's like, is that really necessary? This is a boat. Where am I going to go? But of course, they don't actually think to search him for a pocket knife. So he picks the lock on his handcuffs and lies back on his bed and starts dreaming. And that's when we get into the part of the movie you were mentioning earlier, his childhood, where he's a young kid who's just been, I think the movie says this outright, that his dad lied to him, or at the very least misled him, that he thought his dad, who used to own a small chain of theaters, was getting all of his theaters back. And he's gone around, he's bought a bunch of candy for his classmates because it's the day they're getting their shots and their vaccinations, and he wants to give them some candy to make the pain easier. He's got a big heart. He's a good kid, but he doesn't always have the best grasp on reality. He gets home to find out, as you said, that his dad's not getting the theaters back, that they're not going to live in the big house that they used to live in. They're not going to have any charge accounts, anything like that. In pain, he goes out with the priest, with the local parish priest who runs the school that he goes to. I'm guessing that's his role, who is played by
Carl Malden as Father Devlin.
I love Carl Malden. How is it? Why is he a priest in so many of his? That's
what I was wondering. As soon as he popped up as the priest, when you suggested this movie and we were together, and I looked at who was in it, I didn't realize he was going to be playing another priest.
Mm-hmm. Because, that's what he won his Oscar for. Carl Malden always gives a great performance. He takes young Fred out for ice cream, try and soften the blow of everything that's gone down, that his dad's been lying to him or misleading him, that they're not getting all their stuff back. And he tells young Fred a story about, when I was young, I really wanted to be a monk, not a priest. And I wanted to be a monk in a very hard Trappist order. They live a very strict lifestyle. pill, and I tried it for 2 years, and I was just told I didn't have what it took, and this is what I wanted to do with my life. And instead, I've just had to be a parish priest, which is good work, but it's not what I wanted to be. And the lesson here is clearly that's just what we have to do sometimes is be the person that we don't want to be, because that's what keeps the lights on and pays the bills. I think that's the lesson that Fred is meant to take from it, but it's clearly not the lesson that he actually does, given the rest of the movie. We then cut to him as an adult, or at least a younger adult, and now he's played by Tony Curtis, who is clearly too old for the age that Fred DeMar is supposed to be at this point. But whatever, you got to roll with it.
Oh yeah, I totally do.
Yeah.
I accept that kind of thing in the movies pretty easily.
Especially in like the 50s and 60s, you just have to.
Any movie. I mean, one of my favorite movies all time is Goodfellas, where at some point we're meant to believe that like a 50-year-old Joe Pesci is 21 or something.
Mm-hmm. And that's fair, but having just watched the last season of Stranger Things, some of those kids are starting to get awfully too old to be like freshmen. It's not quite working for them anymore. Like when they were 11 and 12, they were playing 11 and 12, and now they're like 17, 18. Sadie Sink is like 20 and she's playing a 15-year-old in high school, and I'm just like, well, you do look younger, but you won't be able to pull it off for anything past the 5th season. So let's hope that's all you need. Tony Curtis, Fred DeMara, is in the Army, and he has taken the test to get into officer candidate school. He wants to be an officer. And out of all the people who took the test, he scored the highest. But he can't get into officers candidate school because it requires a high school diploma, and that's just not his thing. He didn't actually finish school. He only has 2 years of a high school education. And this doesn't seem right to him, that it should be about ability and aptitude, not about checking boxes on a form. But the Army is adamant the boxes are there and they're not going to make an exception for him, so he's just going to have to live with it. Or will he? Because as it turns out, the Army really, really is trying to recruit officers from very educated people. So he he finds someone on a list. Basically, he's got an in with the lieutenant who's a secretary in this office. They're dating, or at the very least, they're fooling around. And so he's got access to the personnel files of the people the list of the people they're trying to get. He fakes being a member of that office, writes to Yale to get copies of transcripts and records for one of the people on that list, and then goes AWOL from the Army to try and join the Marines. Why would you do this? Do you have any idea?
I'm not sure.
This strikes me as a terrible idea, to go AWOL from one branch of the military to join another branch of the military. But the Marines love him, and they want to skip OCS completely. He's clearly qualified to be an officer.
Yeah.
They just have to wait for... What do they have to wait for?
His FBI records to come back or something? Like they do a background check.
Yeah, they're going to do a background check. And it's at this point that he realizes he is in serious trouble.
Yes.
Because...
And also, to go back briefly, that lieutenant who he's dating, in classic movie fashion, it seems very much like they're in love. And you think that this woman's going to be his wife in the movie or something, or his like long-suffering romantic interest. She's never seen again.
No, she
and
never
this is going to be a thing in this movie that's kind of cool and kind of crazy about how this movie does this.
Yes. Yeah, it happens 3 times.
Yes.
3 times that I can remember. Is there more? I don't know, but it was at least 3 times. And this was the actress that you're talking about. Her name is Cindy Wood, and she only has a couple of acting credits. She did not have a big career. We don't actually see her later in the movie either, which we can't say for the other 2. Realizing that he will now be in trouble with the Army and with the Marines and with the FBI, which are just 3 organizations that you do not want to have tag teaming your life. He writes a real letter of confession telling what he did, and then fakes his own suicide in order to start out again using the same basic credentials that he'd used before of this guy from Yale, but as a completely different life. And you said earlier, it's like he should start out, he should try to get money, he should try to make something of himself.
I didn't say he should. I said that
or it would
that's
be a
what
better
the backstory makes
it
you
would be a
think
better
he's going to do.
Yeah.
Or just it would be what you would expect. I'm not sure it would be a better screenplay, because I think what he actually ends up doing is the reason why he's maybe more interesting than William Abigail or Frank Abigail.
Yeah, I agree with you. He visits, using the theology credentials of this guy at Yale whose identity he's stolen. He manages to get a meeting with a cardinal of the Catholic Church, steals some stationery from his office, forges a letter of recommendation from the cardinal, along with a couple of other letters, and presents them to the abbot of a Trappist monastery. He is going to try to succeed where his parish priest failed and live life away from the public eye as a Trappist contemplative.
Now that we've talked about it, it makes a little more sense to me. In the moment, I was like, why would this guy who always wants to take a shortcut in life choose this super hard thing? But I guess in a way it's to lie low from the heat.
Yeah, that is a big part of it. And this is actually, you wouldn't know this from watching the film, because this is like his major brush with religion among his several different career attempts. But in real life,
that's what he eventually did after he became famous.
That is true, but he also did it a lot before he became famous. He repeatedly tried to join monasteries of different orders or different monasteries of the same order. He tried to become a priest on multiple occasions. This is something he kept going back to over and over and over again during his life.
Do you think it's because, and just other things he does in this movie put the lie to this to some degree, but I do think there's a feeling that being a preacher or priest is kind of a soft life.
Potentially, but
they feed you and you don't have to do physical work. People respect you.
You definitely might be able to say that about a priest, but the one thing we see him try in the movie is to become a Trappist monk, and
that's the one where you're like, whoa, this is what this guy went for. And that's the only thing I can think of, that it's so out of the way that no one would look for him there.
Yeah. And the abbot of the Trappist order is surprised that someone with such education and such credentials would want to. I mean, he points it out himself. Why are you here, basically? Because we live a hard life. I have it written down here. We eat no meat, eggs, or fish. We rise at 2 a.m. daily for a schedule of prayer, contemplation, and labor. Hard labor, like real backbreaking physical labor. They have a public confession session where they have to say their sins before God and all of their brothers. And most importantly, there's no talking. There's also the little matter that he's not Catholic. Which he makes a point of. But they say, but we'll take you on as until you can convert and become a full member of our church. We'll take you on as I forget the term, postulant. I can't remember what the term is. That's a shame. He tries to become a Trappist monk, and he really does give it his best effort, and it is just not for him. He doesn't like the food. He doesn't like the backbreaking physical labor. One of my favorite scenes in the movie actually happens during this, when he's in the middle of a field kind of tending grapes, and he really wants a grape. So he just looks around and takes one off the vine right in his mouth, and then another one. And then he just digs in on the whole vine. He's clearly a hungry guy.
Yeah, if you'd been denied stuff and then all of a sudden you ate one grape, there's no way you were just going to stick with one.
No. Definitely not. Being a Trappist does not ultimately work out for poor Fred. The abbot sends him packing with no hard feelings. He says a lot of
Less
people
than
don't
hard
get through.
feelings. He's
Yeah.
quite, he admires how long he made it.
Yeah, it made it through the full 2-year trial period. It's just not for you. By the way, the abbot, of course, is Raymond Massey.
Yes.
Who for me gives the best supporting performance in this movie. He creates the character that I would most like to spend a lot of time with. He seems like a very down-to-earth guy for a Trappist monk. I've never met an actual Trappist monk, so I don't know, but he seems like he would be a great deal of fun. On his way out of the monastery, he hitches a ride from a farmer who is driving a fertilizer truck, who offers him a sip from a jug of moonshine, and he very reluctantly takes a sip, and then another, and then cut to
He's now driving
joyride.
the car blind drunk.
Yeah, with the implication that he's drunk most of this gigantic jug of moonshine. I'm surprised he's not dead of liquor poisoning at this point, but he is driving the car, weaving all over the road. He gets the attention of a police car. Naturally, this ends with the police car ramming into the back of the fertilizer
Yes.
truck and getting covered in fertilizer, because of course it does.
Some classic Smokey and the Bandit style action.
Absolutely. And he gets arrested. Everything seems to be going quite well up until his prints go through on the wire, and all of a sudden the FBI realizes where he's been for these last.
But this is a funny part because he goes to jail and he got arrested on the way home from being a Trappist monk. So all this jail food provided by the wardens or the sheriff's wife or whatever, he's just pigging out, and it's just all about being able to eat. And so going to jail is like the most fun he's had in years.
Yeah, and he's a model prisoner for the short time he's there. He's polite, he's well-mannered, he's getting seconds. And to be fair, I saw that bacon and eggs and that
I mean, the
coffee.
food
I
looked
think I
great.
would have tucked in too.
Get some Aunt B action there.
Yeah, so he gets into the office and finds out that the FBI now knows where he is, and that both the Army and the Marines are interested in having a little word with him. So he was able to delay his reckoning, but he couldn't ultimately pull it off.
Now he goes to prison.
Yeah, I don't know if he goes to Leavenworth or somewhere else, but I mean, he deserted. Number one, he deserted from the Army to join the Marines. Then number two, he deserted from the Marines. He went AWOL to avoid exposure of his fake identity and his real identity with the Army.
Also, faking your own suicide is a crime.
Yeah, so this is not a good thing. So he gets stuck in a Leavenworth-like environment. His sentence is 6 years, but he doesn't come close to serving that because he falls under a humanitarian warden by the name of Ben Stone, who seems to take a great liking to him.
He takes great pride in running the prison newspaper.
Yes.
The Bars and Stripes. And he also meets another prisoner in this sequence who, in a great bit of ironic casting, or maybe just apropos casting, is Frank Gorshin, pre-Riddler, and pretty much playing the Riddler the way he would as a very cracked out, amphetamine jacked personality. It's just like Frank Gorshin's performance knows no bounds. He can't stop acting. But the reason I say it's very apropos casting is that, the movie's The Great Imposter, and this was before Batman, and what Frank Gorshin would be known as is the world's most famous impressionist. Before Rich Little, and before he was the most famous impressionist on TV and stuff, was Frank Gorshin.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so he was the Great Imposter.
So a kind of meeting of the minds.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's probably why he got the part. In some ways, they were like, "Oh, people will see this and be like, oh, he does impressions, and this guy does impressions."
Yeah, it's perfect. Tony Curtis, Fred DeMara.
So Frank Gorshin plays Barney, and Frank Gorshin is more of your garden variety bad apple who thinks the whole world is just Finks and Mahoney's.
Yep, that's absolutely right. Tony Curtis is saying, lighten up, sit at my desk, take a load off. Yeah, but no one tells Frank Gorshin to lighten up.
He doesn't know how.
He doesn't know how. Tony Curtis's sentence is about up. He goes to speak to the warden. We get that he's contriving a plot. He interviews the warden for an hour. He asks him about his whole life. He wants the full biography so he can print it in the prison paper, right? He wants to know where he was
Yes.
born, how he grew up.
The whole
what high
Horatio
school-
Alger story.
Yeah, what high school he went to, as well as his philosophy on how to perform his job and all the different things he has to do. And if you don't already see at this point in The Great Imposter where this is going, then I feel bad for you because you must be shocked when a guy by the name of...
The other thing about this scene that's so
Yeah.
good, though, is when the warden starts telling his story, it goes on for a while of him talking about his life, and it's so boring that it just hammers home that he could only be using it to A, suck up to the warden, and B, to steal the identity, because it's like no one would want to read this.
No one
He
would
just
want
starts
to read.
talking about his high school in Georgia.
Yes. So this is where we are. You will be shocked to find that all of a sudden a guy by the name of Ben Stone shows up at a prison. And where was this located? I have it in my notes here. Texas. It's a Texas prison. And he says he's Ben Stone and he claims to be from Georgia. But the funny thing is he looks an awful lot like Tony Curtis.
Yes. And so now, this is the most logical job he tries to get throughout, where it's like, oh, he has experience as a prisoner. Now he's like going to use this to be a prison warden.
Exactly.
And the prison warden is also in The Great Race, is Arthur O'Connell.
What was he in The Great Race? Oh my goodness. I didn't have that down in my notes.
And Frank Gorshin's our first, that I can remember, future TV famous face that we'll get in this movie. We'll get a couple more.
Yes, we will. He shows up at the prison. The warden shows him around, and we immediately go to the warden, the one area of the prison that the warden's not happy with. Overall, he thinks he's done a pretty good job, but he just can't figure out anything to do with maximum security. These guys are locked in their cells. They're completely in isolation. Even when they get out of their cells, they don't get out of the building. They have to move around in this really small interior hallway, only one at a time. So there's never any chance for a riot or never any chance for collusion between the prisoners, anything like that. But they're not really getting rehabilitated either. And the warden has shown this to Ben Stone, in quotes, because he wants Ben to take on the job of figuring out what to do with these maximum security prisoners.
Yeah, and so he pretty much puts Tony Curtis DeMar Jr. in charge of like the most hardened, scary criminals imaginable.
Yep.
In a very dangerous job, which Tony Curtis is happy to do and takes very seriously, we find out in subsequent scenes, which is our second after him joining the really hard Trappist monk order. Our second thing of just like, what is this guy thinking? He isn't just taking a job as an assistant warden because it's something he can do and try to make a life. It's like now he's taking on an incredible challenge and doing it in a crazy way, like you'll get to right now. This is where it gets really fascinating that this guy would do this.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he probably figures, hey, why not? In for a penny, in for a pound, right? But he really does seem to have taken...
He goes in for 5 pounds.
Yeah, but he really does seem to have taken that whole idea about if you treat people humanely, they will have to respond. And especially later in he takes advantage of this, the idea that, if you give somebody a way out of a bad situation with honor, not embarrassing them, not humiliating them, they will be likely to take it. And he really puts that to the test. He identifies the most hardened criminal, tells the guy...
Clifford Thompson, played by Mike Kellen.
Yeah.
I never realized how much the dad from Midnight Express looks like the villain from Cobra until this movie.
And there
Mike
you go.
Kellen. Yeah, and so I don't know that I agree with his philosophy of penology. It certainly seems to work for him in the movie, but who else doesn't agree with him? That deputy guard who gives I think an awesome performance, but is probably the person you least want to hang out with in this movie, including Clifford Thompson and Frank Gorshin as Barney.
Yeah, RC, the other guard.
He is quite good in the movie.
He is, and you can kind of see why he's he's gotten to the point he has.
Oh, yeah.
Like you're stuck in a building all day. It's not an air conditioned building. They make a point of that. And Texas does get a little warm in the summer.
He's a Texas screw.
Yeah, you do not want to be anywhere near these really hardened prisoners and let them get the chance to put one over on you while you're already hot
No.
and tired and your guard's down. You get why he's such a jerk.
Now, put
But
me
he
in
is a
mind
jerk.
of the character that the warden, I can't think of the character's name suddenly, that Tommy Lee Jones plays in Natural Born Killers, which is my favorite part of the movie Natural Born Killers, is Tommy Lee Jones is this very cynical, weary, experienced prison warden.
Mm-hmm. So he goes in, and within just a few weeks, he has completely turned, it's like 2 months, he's completely turned around the maximum security
It's
ward.
freaking crazy.
Yeah, the men are coming out of their cells. They're all coming out at the same time. And he did this in a very straightforward way. Like he identified the number one toughest prisoner on the block. He told the prisoner, I'm going to let everybody out. I'm going to tell them the rules. Things are going to lighten up around here. And I want you to tell them the rules. I want you getting this tough guy, trying to get this tough guy on his side. And it works. Like within 8 weeks, he's got all these guys out in the cell at the same time. They're doing calisthenics. He's making an offer. If you want to move off maximum security and go back into regular prison, there'll be a good job waiting for you and a little more freedom. Basically enticing them to reform themselves, giving them incentives, and it's working. Even when Clifford has a backlash a little bit and gets into a fight with Fred, Fred handles it not by resorting to I am the boss and you'll do as I say. No, he respects the prison rules and takes Clifford on in a one-on-one fight and literally takes his knife away from him.
Yeah,
which is amazing.
After Clifford has stabbed somebody.
Yeah, which is just crazy to think about. It's and everybody, he gets a lot of respect for that. He gets a lot of respect from the warden, who decides he wants to make him the deputy warden. Of course, he's also dating the warden's daughter by this point, Eulalie.
Yes, this is the second person he seems to really have something going with.
Yeah,
the warden's daughter.
Yeah, Sue Ann Langdon. And you know what I know her from? You know what you might know her from? Have you ever seen UHF?
Oh, of course.
She's
times.
Weird Al's aunt.
Oh, wow.
This is much later in life.
Yes. Yeah, I love parts of UHF.
Yeah, I think most people love parts of UHF if they've seen it.
Yeah, the Raoul's Wild Kingdom in particular.
I'm not sure anybody loves the whole thing, but I appreciate it for the ambition anyway, right? He's impressed, and he's also impressed the other guy. There's some psychologist who's coming in from outside, right? You know who that psychologist is. You were talking about famous TV faces earlier.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes. When the psychologist shows up, it's Mr. Deeds or whatever.
It's David White. It's yes. David White. He's Larry Tate.
Yes, that Larry Tate, not Deeds. It's Tate. Yeah.
Yeah. He's Larry Tate from Bewitched, and
in fact,
one of those moments
it's our first of the two people from Bewitched.
Yeah. Anyway, things are going really well for him. He's about to get a big promotion. He's about to get a raise. He's got the respect of professionals. People are like coming in, like this Mr. Larry Tate, the psychologist, is coming in to study explicitly what Tony Curtis is doing in the prison, and of course he's gotten in good with the boss's daughter. So everything seems to be going well for Fred DeMara in Texas. But just like on the Flintstones, where there's a Fred, there's going to be a Barney. You want to talk about this one?
The prison gets a new maximum security, or a new prisoner, a string of new prisoners, and one of them is Frank Gorshin, who immediately recognizes this assistant warden, Stone, from afar, and is like, hey, what's he doing here? And the guard is like, do you know him? And he's like, no, I don't. But then the first chance he gets to buttonhole Stone somewhere, he reveals that it's pretty much going to be a black blackmail situation where he's going to be waiting for a chance to ask favors from Stone, Damara. He's going to make Damara's life hell. You can see Damara's wheels turning, Tony Curtis here, that it's going to end up with him having to break him out of prison. It's going to end up with him, it's going to ruin all of his credibility, his job, and just make his life hell. This noose is just going to tighten and tighten. And Frank Gorshin eats this scene up of talking about how he's going to be thinking about what kind of favor. I'm going to be thinking on what I want. You be thinking on it too. And Tony Curtis does some smart thinking. And instead of waiting for this noose to tighten around his neck in the form of Barney, he just goes out to his car and bombs out on the warden's daughter and the job and everything, and just decides to start fresh again.
Yeah, you're kind of settling in, right, for the inevitable. This has got to be developed. This whole Fred Barney thing has got to be developed.
But no.
We're going to have some scenes. No, Tony Curtis yeets out of there like nobody's business. The minute that Barney leaves his office, he realizes he's done for. Smartest move he makes in the whole movie.
It really is. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like, where you're like, is he just going to bolt? Yep.
Before we move on to the next phase of the movie, I would be remiss from noting I actually recognized RC from somewhere else. That's I can't remember the actor's name, and I don't have it written down here.
I've got it in front of me. It's Robert Middleton.
Robert Middleton.
He's in the big combo. This might be our second. We might have a big combo thing going in this. It's a good movie.
What I know him from is he occasionally would pop up on The Honeymooners.
Oh, I've never watched The Honeymooners and always kind of meant to. Never seen an episode.
We got to sit you down and do that at some point.
I would love to. I love Jackie Gleason.
It's only 39 episodes. It's well worth your time because it's at the bottom of like every single sitcom ever. But he pops up on there from time to time, and he's Jackie Gleason's boss.
I guess he's the police captain or whatever in The Big Combo, which I did not remember him from, but it's quite a good movie, Joseph H. Lewis movie.
Okay.
Good film noir gangster movie. Richard Conte and Cornell Wilde.
I like that. All right, so so the next thing I have is he goes home after he's gone through this, because we gotta check back in with Carl Malden. Yeah,
so this is a crazy thing where it's like after all these things he's done, he goes back home and just hangs out with Father Devlin and tells him about his adventures.
Yes.
And this is where we find out, maybe the main thing we find out about him personality-wise that's told to us here in dialogue, not explicitly shown, is that he's a person who, even though he does all these things and he's good at them, he doesn't think anybody likes him for him. They only like him as a phony. But
they like
Devlin's like, these things that you do, you're doing them. They're real. People like you. And he's a person with low self-esteem is what we're told.
And that kind of tracks.
And it does.
Carl Malden gives him some good advice at this point. He says, I'm going to pray that you meet the love of your life. I pray for you all the time that you meet the love of your life. But I want to make sure when you meet her, you got to come clean with her and tell her who you really are.
And
you can't lie. You can't lie to her.
This is also the scene where he says, at any of these things I've done, they're not legal. But he's like, I've never hurt anybody. And in fact, what we've seen is that we haven't seen what he's done in some things, but at the prison, he's done a lot of good. And in the beginning, when he was a teacher and got busted, clearly he was a good teacher to these kids. And so Father Devlin, Carl Malden, says, well, you've hurt one person, William Demera Jr. But that line of, I haven't hurt anybody. And then this is where he's like, oh, you've been looking into psychology, haven't you? And he's like, yeah, I have been reading psychology, Devlin says. And this gives him, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, you're absolutely
but that was a key element of the movie of I haven't hurt anybody.
Yeah. So if Act 1 of his journey is his time in the monastery and the consequences from that, and Act 2 is his time as a prison warden, Act 3 is by far the most ridiculous, just conceptually.
However, I want to point out before we get to Act 3 that up to this point of this movie has been awesome.
Yeah.
It's just been a delight.
I feel like you're about to drop a hammer when you say that.
Well, I don't think it gets bad here, but I do think it becomes more uneven. It becomes less sure of its tone.
It does a bit. And
the
I
music becomes annoying because it's like, we'll get to what happens now is crazy.
Now he's decided to fake the credentials of a doctor. And we find out later he's
not just a doctor, a surgeon.
A surgeon.
So he goes from saying, I haven't hurt anybody, to being a phony surgeon.
Yes, but he does so with a very specific intent. He wants to join the Royal Canadian Navy. We're not out of the woods with the military.
No.
We're now involving ourselves in the affairs of a completely different country.
Yes.
And this is just a terrible idea. Anyway, he gets a job as, like a resident at a military hospital and falls in with.
So he's in a position with no medical training
to
absolutely hurt people terribly.
Yes, that's exactly correct. But fortunately, he doesn't. But we'll get to that. He finds himself in the position, as you said, to hurt a number of people, but the chief doctor on the ward, a Dr. Thornton, assures him that most of what we've got here is just the usual cuts and scrapes of soldiers and sailors on like a home base. Nothing really to worry about. And indeed, that is exactly how he approaches it. In one of the more delightful scenes in the movie, he walks into the ward, walks up and down. He's like, I want to see Dr. Thornton's notes. Do you have his notes? Is this what? And he's reading. He's like, oh, is this what he's recommending? Oh. And the nurse is worried. And she's like, oh, do you see something wrong, doctor? Do we need to change anything? He said, oh, no, this all looks just fine. I want you to keep
very
doing
good doctor.
Exactly. Yes. And he was like, we are so lucky to have a guy like Dr. Thornton running this.
Yeah,
there is no better way. And up
until he took this job,
yeah,
I was really on this guy's side in a way. I was like, especially when he took the prison warden job and was doing such a good job, I was like, man, this guy's put his life in limit risk. He actually does hard things. He's not just trying to steal money from everyone. He really does the job, and he really hasn't hurt anybody except himself and maybe a couple of women that he ran out on. And so I was like, this is a cool story, really cool guy. Then when he took this doctor job, this surgeon job, I was like, oh, he's immediately become a villain. This is an evil thing to do.
Well, it is if he actually hurts anybody. It's what he would say. But he's clearly trying to put, and I agree with you. I just for the record, I agree with you. I'm being a devil's advocate here. He is deliberately trying to put himself in a position where he will not be able, he's not dispensing medical advice at this point. He's just walking around. This is the biggest
phony he's been.
Yes, he's just walking around and being seen.
Reading up on medical journals.
Yeah, doing his best to impress the boss. He learns a lot from Dr. Thornton, whom, again, I don't have the actor's name down here, but I remember him from a late run episode of Star Trek. He's got a very distinctive face. Like, I popped up and immediately, the original series, Star Trek, popped up.
Apparently William Sage is the actor's name. I did not really recognize him.
Okay.
I do recognize the assistant.
Yeah. You want to talk about the assistant?
Dick Sargent from Bewitched. The original is Dick Sargent or Dick York the original?
Dick York is the real
Darren.
Dick York is the real Darren Stevens.
Okay, so then Dick Sargent is the replacement.
Fake. Yeah, he's the fake Darren. But yeah, he pops up as Hotchkiss. I'd forgotten that, which is so great.
And he becomes a bigger part than Lieutenant Thornton in the movie, really.
Yeah, he really does. Because Thornton's more of a present. Just he's there to basically tell Fred Damara how to become the boss's favorite, right? That's really it. It's like, read up on his medical articles, tell him you've read his medical articles, and he's making his rounds and he's changing nothing, and he's genuinely trying to learn how to be a doctor in a very low stakes sort of way. We see him reading, as you said, medical textbooks and trying to memorize stuff. And this is when the most unfortunate thing happens for him.
And this is also the most unfortunate sequence of the film or segment, because the film eventually gets there, but at the point he takes this job, to me, the movie goes from being a jaunty, light, picaresque adventure comedy fun movie to being pretty much a scary drama about a villain, a very complicated guy that's not a good guy. But the movie's tone for a long time sticks with the comedic side, and it keeps being like, no, this is all fun and games, and with wacky music and just these little things with the Great Doctor thing, which is a good scene and would have been good in the drama version of this movie too.
Yeah.
But yeah, and even here we're okay, keep going with the plot. But yeah, this is where I started being like, man, this movie's kind of lost its sure-footedness.
Well, I happen to agree with you on that point, but for a different reason. This is for me the worst part of the movie. I won't even say it's all that bad, but this is where the movie takes from like as you said, kind of a fun, zippy sort of comedy, which occasionally is a little labored, but we can live with that. It was 1961. The movie takes a hard right turn into melodrama. I'm talking specifically about Catherine Lacey, Lieutenant Catherine Lacey, who's played by Joan Blackman. She was a working actress.
Yes.
Who was in I don't know that I've ever seen her in anything else.
I think she's probably a Canadian.
Yeah,
and we're in a Canadian sequence. No, apparently she's from San Francisco, but when I was looking her up, I saw that she was in the movie Shivers, which is a Canadian movie, I believe. So I just assumed she was a Canadian, but she's totally not.
Well, she's one of those, like, she had a long career being in an episode or two of everything.
Yeah, and I've seen her in Making County Line, but yeah, she's really not somebody I thought I recognized her, then was like, I'm not sure I really do.
As a visual presence in the film, she looks, if you just look at a still photograph of her from the early 60s, she looks like exactly the sort of woman that Tony Curtis would fall in love with. She's perfect. And she's not a bad actress.
The part's not good. Yeah.
The part's not good, and I don't really think they have any chemistry between them.
No.
They're trying, but it's just, sometimes it's just not there, even between two pretty people, and it's just not there for these two pretty people. Fortunately, the movie kind of maneuvers out of this. He takes her on a date. They fall in love very quickly. He takes her on a date to a little French restaurant, and he starts to try to do the honorable thing.
Yeah, he starts to want to tell her, because what we find out is that through dialogue, not through chemistry, is that she's the woman that he really loves. He's fallen in love with her for real.
Yes, and she has fallen in love with him for real, and she doesn't want to know. Whatever it is he's going to tell her, she doesn't want to know. She loves him, and that's all we need to know.
We have a scene here where he calls Carl Malden, and in his conflict of telling her the truth, he tells Carl Malden something really sad, which is, stop praying for me.
Yes.
And he repeats it over and over in this scene because all the things Carl Malden prays for him for have come true. So we have the sad, it's rarely seen in the movie where a person believes in God and asks someone to stop praying for him in all sincerity.
Yeah, it is. And I think the movie meant it to come off almost a little lighter than it did, but
it comes off pretty heavy. Yeah,
it hit me pretty hard. So he does the only thing that he can possibly do at this point, which is to make a clean breast of the whole thing, to tell her who he is, to tell his commanding officers who he is, to resign his commission, to accept his punishment, to get extradited in shame back to the United States. And of course, everything that I just said is a lie. Because no, he decides to go on deployment
to Korea.
On a ship to Korea, in a ship that's going into a combat zone. Sir, really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's Joan Blackman doesn't look that bad. And this is where I start thinking, this is really irresponsible.
Oh, my.
Because there's just no way around this. It's just not, it's criminal.
It's the most evil thing he does in the whole movie.
He's going into a combat zone. He's not a trained doctor, but everybody thinks he is, and he's going into a combat zone. Fortunately, or unfortunately for him, there is a problem, like an immediate medical problem that requires his immediate medical attention as soon as he arrives on the Cayuga, which, by the way, just so anyone listening to this is clear, this is all real. this did happen.
Yeah,
He
this is
did-
where it gets really crazy.
He did sign up as a surgeon on board a Canadian naval vessel. It did get deployed to a combat zone. It was in fact the Cayuga, and the craziest thing in the movie that we have yet to talk about actually did happen, more or less as it's depicted in the movie, which is just ridiculous. He gets on board. He finds that the captain has a bad tooth and requires his immediate medical attention.
Captain Glover, played by Edmund O'Brien, who is famous for so many noirs and westerns. He's of course the old coot in The Wild Bunch. He's in The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance. He's the star of DOA. He's in the Robert Siodmak version of The Killers.
Yeah,
I think it's Robert Siodmak. Maybe it's not, but he's such a recognizable actor from so many things. But here he plays the captain of the Cayuga.
Yes.
Cayuga.
Yeah, and here he is. He's got a tooth that desperately needs pulling. So Tony Curtis, who has never pulled a tooth before, gives him a shot of Novocaine to numb the pain and tests out did it have an effect? And the captain winces. So he's like, well, I guess one shot wasn't enough. So he gives him a second shot of Novocaine. And the captain is still wincing. So he's like, well, that wasn't enough. I better give him a third shot of Novocaine. And then everything goes dead and he pulls the tooth and everything's fine. And then the captain basically goes to sleep.
Well, the captain goes into some kind of rigor mortis-esque sleep.
Yeah.
And it's just like a chance for Edmund O'Brien to do some crazy comedic Frozen acting.
Yeah. But as it turns out, the captain is fine. He's just OD'd on Novocaine. Not his fault. He's gone to sleep for quite a few hours, and when he wakes up, he pronounces it to be the best tooth-pulling operation he's ever had. And Tony Curtis has his reputation established as a miracle worker, which he's really going to need later, because as it turns out, and this is where we get into the really crazy thing, I guess.
Yeah.
They run up alongside a vessel that's fleeing the Korean Peninsula with people on board, many of whom require medical attention, some of whom require actual surgery. And wouldn't it be nice if the Cayuga had an actual surgeon who could do this? But all they have, of course, is Fred DeMara.
Now, I want to say at this point, Fred DeMara as Dr. Joseph Mornay at this point, in this whole sequence, like I found myself, like you should be rooting for these people to survive that he's helping. He turned into such a heel to me for taking this job that I was rooting for Captain Edmund O'Brien to die or something so that he would be uncovered. I was like actively rooting against this character Tony Curtis is playing at this point, because I was just like, this is such an awful thing to do.
Yes.
However,
he gets to work. He starts reading medical textbooks as quickly as he can to prepare for the operation. He gets he asks his assistant basically to arrange everything, and then he goes in and does the best he can. And unbelievably, in one night, he fixes up 19 people, including some that had quite serious wounds that would have killed them if they'd been left untreated. And
he totally pulls it off. It's the craziest thing I've ever, this was just so insane. It's like, turns out being a surgeon, not that hard. For William DeMara Jr.
Yeah, that's what the movie would have you believe, right? Apparently you don't really need to go to like 4 or 5 years of medical school.
No.
Do a residency and study under doctors and get gradually. No, if you're smart,
you can stand the sight of blood and you're smart.
If you're smart enough, if you have a photographic memory and if you can read at lightning speed, then apparently all you really need is enough prep time to read the appropriate medical book, and then you'll just go through it and it'll be fine. But obviously, everyone is very impressed by this. Imagine how much more impressed they would be if they knew he wasn't an actual surgeon. But of course, this heroic deed ultimately becomes his undoing, because he becomes
a celebrity to some degree. He
becomes a celebrity. He starts a hospital. He starts treating people on the Korean Peninsula. He gets talked through a major medical operation and I love the captain. What was it, Captain Glover? I love the talk. He said that he himself admitted he had never done anything like this operation before. And I'm like, well, yeah. It sounds so modest when you take it in the wrong way. It's kind of like way back when he was at the Trappist monastery. I meant to bring this up then and I didn't. When the abbot is looking at his
that's right,
recommendation from the cardinal, and he openly says that's a forgery. And the abbot just looks at him and he says, well, I mean, the cardinal
exaggerated.
Forged all of these wonderful compliments about me. And I'm like, okay, well, you told the truth and then you lied.
Yes.
And this is also, but this is just straight telling the truth. He freely admitted he had never done anything like this before. Anyway, his picture is in the paper. He's become a celebrity in Canada. And so imagine how shocked the real Dr. Joseph Mornay, who's living in New Brunswick, is to find out that there's another doctor named Joseph Mornay who's looks
played
exactly
by the real Dr. Joseph Mornay is played by John Ford many film veteran Harry Carey Jr.
Oh, that's right.
Who we would probably last see, but I don't know if it was the last film, but the last movie I remember him from is as the marshal or sheriff who is killed, I believe Marshall, who is killed by Curly Bill Brocious in Tombstone. Fred.
So he's surprised to see that there's another Dr. Joseph Mornay from Canada. And he's really surprised to see that Dr. Joseph Mornay, the other one, looks surprisingly like a young man who met him at a resort and spent a week talking to him every day and picking his brain and finding out everything he could about what it was like to be a real surgeon. It's like, how many times is he going to be able to get away with this? Well, as it turns out, this is kind of the last one. He's exposed. The Royal Canadian Navy is fit to know what to do with him because on the one hand, he hasn't actually hurt anybody, but on the other hand, he's broken several laws. So they don't really know what to do with someone who lied his way into a position where he could be a hero. And Tony Curtis finally barges into the room and says, you know what, I'll solve this whole thing for you. Just discharge me from the Navy.
I'll disappear from Canada.
I will be on a train within the hour and be out of Canada, and I'll never come back, and you'll never hear from me again. And they're like, you know what? This is probably the best deal we're going to get. Our problem's just going to go away, so fine. And they do. That is what happens. And now we reach the end of our story. We're back to the wraparound. The boat that is taking the teacher, I can't remember what his name was as the teacher, but it doesn't really matter. Taking him as the teacher back to shore, and we see there's Carl Malden, there's Joan Blackman.
They're waiting for him. She's so in love with him, and she's going to marry him no matter what his real name is.
And she actually says, like, I'll take any name of his. He'll be willing to share with me, which is a line that actually she delivers a lot better than it really deserves.
Oh yeah, it's pretty laughable. Honestly, it's not her fault. It's just a bad scene.
It's a bad scene and it's a bad line, but she does what she can with it.
Especially, like her whole part has been bad, and so you just like you don't care if they get married or not. But it is funny what happens.
Yeah,
because when we go to the boat and the boat shows up, he's not on it.
He's not on it. Oh, you know what I almost forgot is when he becomes a hero and all these scenes his identity is exposed. We see all of the other people from his life that he's lied to, finding out. We see Eulalie, who's falling into her father's arms, just disconsolate about the love of her life. And he was a liar this whole time. You know, the one I noticed, I bet you noticed it too. Who was your favorite guy in that sequence?
I liked when the abbot read about it. Yeah.
Everyone else is reacting with shock or dismay. He just kind of kicks back at his desk and quietly laughs.
Yeah.
Like, oh, Raymond Massey, never change. This is another thing that makes me think I would get along really well with this abbot. He's just like, yeah, this is great. I love this. He gets back to shore. He's not on the boat. He's jumped out the porthole, maybe. it's never actually stated how he escaped the boat, but the FBI is on the case. They've got to track this guy down. Fortunately, they have found the perfect guy for the job. The police officer who went to arrest him on the island
Yes.
and has said, I am taking this personally. He escaped from me on my watch, and I will not rest until I track him down. And the FBI agent or the head of the FBI or whatever says, show him in. Oh, and of course it's Fred. It's the perfect way to end a Shaggy Dog story.
My favorite part of this whole ending, though, is that after this whole thing about how he was so in love with this woman and she's waiting for him, and she knows the truth about him, et cetera, he just doesn't even show up.
Nope, he does not.
Just leaves her in the lurch.
Yep. I really, I don't know. There's something about this. By the way, before we get off of this movie, did you know that Fred DeMara is actually the real life Fred DeMara? This is another thing the movie doesn't touch on. He's actually responsible for founding a university.
Yes.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I did. I read up on him after the movie finished and was like, whoa. He went on to, professor and a preacher and things and Bible colleges and stuff. And then occasionally would get busted for his past. And then somebody would stick up for him. And
because he couldn't possibly be that person. And it would last just long enough for him to find somewhere new to jump to.
Yeah.
He actually is responsible for founding a university while he was impersonating a member of the Brothers of Christian Instruction. He came up with the idea that they should have a college in a small town in Maine. He was the one who secured the charter, and he expected to be the first president of the college, but the brothers were already a little suspicious of him by that point. And they decided to make someone else the president of the college, and he was so offended that he basically just left and went on to the next thing pretty much immediately after that. Anyway, the college moved from Maine to Canton, Ohio, and it's now Walsh University. And I have checked, if you go on Walsh's website and scroll through like the history of the school, they will tell you they were founded in Maine. They will tell you the original name of the school. You go anywhere on their website,
no mention of DeMara.
One single mention of the man who they're ashamed. I'm like, come on.
DeMara himself, in the same way that the real Frank Abagnale will appear on television now from Catch Me If You Can and give speeches across the country and stuff. Maybe after the Great Imposter novel came out or something, DeMara himself became a minor celebrity where he was on like What's My Line and stuff like that and would appear on television and things. People knew who this guy was. I think even before this movie came out, he was a known quantity based on that book and public appearances. And then what's crazy is, even after that, he would go and he tried to pull some scams. But if you see the What's My Line and stuff, obviously became recognizable from TV. And it wasn't as easy for him to get away with stuff. Although the time would always run out on all these scams anyway.
Yeah, because eventually, there's only so much faking it you can do before you get caught. He did have some very interesting, I'm sure you read up on his philosophy of how to survive in institutions, like never challenge somebody for power, never join someone else in their efforts and try, because either they'll get all the credit or you'll make an enemy when you try to correct them. No, instead what you do is you find something that no one is doing and you do that. You start that. You bring something new to the table, something new to contribute. Because number one, then you won't have any previous, like there's no one else before did what you did. So how will anyone know if you're doing it well? And number two, you're not stepping on anyone's toes. It's a great idea. It worked for him over and over again. Not, it must be said, for very long in any particular place, no more than a few years, but it worked for him over and over again.
Oh, apparently one of the reporters in the movie that we see briefly is Ted Knight, another television star.
Oh, well, that's ironic. A reporter, you saying?
Yeah, so wow. Yeah, when have we seen him as a reporter? I don't know.
Oh, I've seen him as an anchorman before.
Yeah.
And one
So,
who makes
yeah,
Ron Burgundy look like Walter Cronkite.
yes, he was so good. I give the movie a thumbs up. Not as good as Tar, but I do give it a thumbs up. And I like your order of the double feature, which I also give it the thumbs up to your double feature this week. And I think that the reason I would say put this one first is because it's the lighter film, which oftentimes I think you should have second, but it's an old movie and makes you think, okay, this might just be a good for me movie, but it's so likable that it lets you know we're on your side before you see this heavy movie Tar, which Tar is kind of a downer, but it's also an entertaining film if you're skeptical about, is Tar just going to be this sad, preachy movie? No. Tar is an enjoyable, engrossing film.
It
and
is.
The Great Imposter kind of lets you know that we're on your side.
It turns into a horror picture in there as well, but before its really weird twist in the last act, or its several twists and truth bombs exploding. But yeah, The Great Imposter it's not peak Tony Curtis, but it's pretty good. And it is a classic example of, like, the studio system was basically already dead at this point, but it's that kind of filmmaking, lots of stuff on sound stages. One of the moments that kind of made me wince and laugh at the same time is when Tony Curtis is like, he hits the wall of the ship. This is when he's on board the ship, or something hits the wall of the ship, and you hear the clunk of wood. It takes you out of the movie a little bit. But
the film is somewhat unevenly directed by Robert Mulligan, whom directed quite a good Western in the early 70s called The Stalking Moon with Gregory Peck. And it led me to rent on Apple TV because I couldn't find this movie anywhere online. I thought for sure it'd just be for free on YouTube or something. He did a TV movie called Blood Brothers in the late 70s based on a Richard Price novel starring Richard Gere, Tony LoBianco, Mary Lou Henner, and Paul Sorvino about like a New York family of working class people. And it's very gritty. It was so annoyingly depressing. Oh my gosh, I really could have done without watching Blood Brothers, but very crazy movie, TV movie, over the top, dramatic, sad movie. As jaunty as this movie is, how like crushingly sad Blood Brothers is.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you liked the movie. I'm not surprised you hadn't seen it before. Like I said, it's not the movie that if you want to see Tony Curtis, it's not the movie that I think everyone would go to. But I'm glad you liked it.
Hollywood, a city of power, lust, and murder. A city where movie magic has turned into black magic. A place where people get murdered in mysterious ways. Into this shadowy world of supernatural corruption steps Detective H. Philip Lovecraft, Private Eye.
Fair is foul and foul is fair. Hover through the fog and the filthy air.
Starring Dennis Hopper of Speed and True Romance, Penelope Ann Miller of The Shadow and Carlito's Way, Eric Bogosian, and an array of devilishly dazzling special effects. Witch Hunt, only from HBO Home Video.
So before we get to my movie, the usual qualifications of what I didn't pick and the reasoning. Firstly, I want to say I agree with what you said about that the real thing is that Tar doesn't need a double feature. It's such a satisfying, full-bodied movie that you really just kind of want to watch it and not watch something else. However, that is not the premise of this show. Two, there is a perfect double feature for Tar to watch after it, and it's Ken Russell's fanciful biopic of Gustav Mahler that addresses many of the things that are brought up in Tar and the themes of Tar. And it's, to me, one of the best Ken Russell movies, if not the best Ken Russell movie I've seen. And I would certainly recommend it. However, I did not pick it, even though it's pretty much the perfect double feature. I picked to once again quote Monty Python for the second episode in a row, and now for something completely different.
And boy, is this something completely different.
The movie I picked is Witch Hunt from 1994. And can you guess why I picked it?
God, I hope it's the concrete.
No, the answer is a sad reason. This is not a sad movie to me. This is a very fun movie. The reason I picked it, though, is because there's been a sad story in the news that the actor Julian Sands has been missing for, if not a week, several days. He went hiking and got caught in like a mudslide or something in Los Angeles and has not been recovered. And it's been kind of on my mind. The story about Jeremy Renner and something and stuff. Jeremy Renner is such a big star in 2023 that it's a major story. But Julian Sands was briefly a star and is currently totally missing and likely dead. Like his own brother has given him up for dead. And at this point, it certainly seems like Julian Sands is dead. He's 65, certainly too young to die. And he is the villain in this movie. And I love him. He's woefully miscast and yet wonderful to me in this movie. He's so scary. And so I picked the movie Witch Hunt from 1994. It's an HBO film, really a second film in a series that is only 2 films long. And the other film is on HBO Max and is much more known, but in my opinion, a much worse movie. It's a decent movie. It's called Cast a Deadly Spell, starring Fred Ward, and it's about a world in which magic is real. They're supernatural detective films where the detective does not use magic, but the rest of the world has supernatural things. And the first one is called Cast a Deadly Spell, and it's set in the 40s. And I forget who directed it. And it's written by the guy that would eventually create the show Pretty Little Liars or whatever. And I've never seen that show and stuff, but I know that the sequel or second film bears very little relation except for a couple of crossover characters called Witch Hunt, and it was directed by Paul Schrader, and he totally rewrote it. It's still credited to Joseph Doherty, but if you read Schrader on Schrader, and if you see both movies, this has just been totally redone by Paul Schrader. Certainly.
I had never heard of Cast Deadly Spell before I did my background research on this one either. The director you're looking for is Martin Campbell.
Oh, wow.
No kidding, right? Frickin' GoldenEye.
Yes, and that's what I was going to say, another Bond director.
Yeah, double Bond. Didn't he do Casino?
Oh, he may have. Yeah,
not Casino in the context of Bond films, obviously meaning Casino Royale. I'm not
the second
about
Casino
the
Royale
Scorsese movie.
Not the 60s Casino Royale.
Yeah, not the one with Peter Sellers. No, the real Casino Royale.
Yeah, Martin Campbell's kind of a step up from Mark Forster for sure.
Gosh, we're never going to let that poor guy go, are we?
No, I'm not.
Paul Schrader, not a name I've heard very much.
Paul Schrader to me is more or less like one of the greats.
Has he done anything important?
When he dies, the first thing they're going to say is that he wrote Taxi Driver.
Yeah, which is, I mean, it's not my favorite Martin Scorsese film. That will
mine neither.
Always be king of comedy, but Taxi Driver is just so freaking iconic.
But Paul Schrader wrote and directed many, many movies over the years of varying degrees of success. He did American Gigolo, Blue Collar, Hardcore, Mishima, the remake of Cat People. He did Light Sleeper. He did
Last Temptation of Christ,
he wrote Last Temptation of Christ.
Yeah, not a fan, but
I loved it.
To each his own.
The screenplay also for Bringing Out the Dead. He's written many movies that he didn't direct as well throughout his career. The Yakuza. He still directs and writes movies. He had a movie come out at film festivals last year, which has yet, as far as I know, to find a distributor, about a Proud Boy who is trying to redeem himself as a gardener and falls in love with a black woman.
Okay.
Starring Joel Edgerton and Sigourney Weaver.
Oh no.
And
right now
woman is, but he did his most recent movie that people saw was Card Counter, and to me he's a genius, and he's one of the best people to listen to talk about the movies, and I certainly recommend his book Schrader on Schrader.
Well, for
And
me, he's a very hit and miss guy, and I will say, from what I've seen, and I haven't seen even close to everything, he's more miss than hit. As especially like I think you liked First Reformed.
no, I don't like First
Oh, you
Reformed.
don't? Oh, good. We are on the same page on this one. Okay, but having said that, you are right. He is. You hit a few home runs and you strike out a bunch. It doesn't matter. People are only going to really remember the home runs, and he is a genius. But
Which brings us to this crazy movie Witch Hunt, which is in 1953 Hollywood.
yes.
And we start off with a montage of 50s footage of magicians, or fake 50s footage of magicians, telling us that we live in a world where everybody's using magic.
Yes.
And Dennis Hopper plays a private eye named H. Philip Lovecraft,
I love it.
who is getting a manicure from the great Debbie Mazar, who is one of the people I always crush on in the movies. I love Debbie Mazar.
Can't blame you. And she's only got one scene in this movie, but she just kills it.
And he is investigating a barber who has run out on his wife to run off with a woman and take all their savings. And he busts the barber. The barber tries to kill him by using magic to make the barber shears fly around and stab him. But he gets away and gets the barber outside and shoves him into a car while his wife is outside scolding him. And the barber says, "Just kill me."
Yeah, that's the setup. That's the cold open. Yeah, the finishing of the one case before we get onto the meat of the movie. And Matt, this is a weird movie.
How did you, before, I guess, like, I didn't make many notes, not nearly as many as I should, but how did you feel about this movie?
Well, I found this movie delightful in the worst possible way. I liked it. Kind of surprising myself. I had a good time with it. It's not a movie that's afraid to get weird, and it gets very, very, very weird. I liked a lot of the individual moments of the movie, probably more than the overall construction of the thing. There were some like this is, I don't know, is clearly aping a film noir here, but
Oh, yeah.
everything is so bright and colorful. Even in the dark, shadowy scenes, everything is so bright and colorful. I can't
A
think
lot
of
of pastels.
this is more of a film blanc.
Yes, it really is.
And I don't know if anyone's ever coined that term before. If it is, if no one has, I'm coining it. #TM. But this is, I don't know. My biggest reservation, a lot of the jokes landed for me, even if only in a, oh, that's so bad way. And I loved the costumes. I'm a sucker for like the 50s aesthetic. I'm a sucker for the really colorful stuff. There were moments, however, where I kind of got yanked out of the movie by thinking about, I don't know. I think I know what I want to say, but I don't exactly know how to say it. Let's start talking about the movie and I'll see if I can figure it out.
Okay. This film came out in 1994. It stars Dennis Hopper, who was riding really high at this point in a comeback. It was right after True Romance and Speed. True Romance was a flop, but his scene would go on to be remembered as like a great, great film moment. His role in the film, particularly, I mean, the scene with him and Christopher Walken, but his entire performance and character and True Romance are quite good. The same year and later in the year, I think, than Speed, which really made Dennis Hopper a thing again. And Dennis Hopper would go on to basically star in movies like Witch Hunt for the rest of his career, thankfully so. I brought him up when we were talking about Ethan Hawke in Glass Onion as the guy that does movies like Dennis Hopper would do now. And I love that about him, that he would just star in these movies. He had so many ups and downs in his career, both as a director and and as an actor. And he's wonderful in this movie. But I guess what happens in this movie is that at the same time that we find out about all this magic, we also find out that there's a senator, a very Joseph McCarthy-esque senator, who is not waging a war on communists, not running a witch hunt on American communists, but running a witch hunt on witches.
Yes. Eric Bogosian, right?
Yes, who is hilariously cast. If you know anything about Eric Bogosian, he's like basically punk rock David Mamet, foul-mouthed playwright, actor. He starred in the film Talk Radio. He's the least Joseph McCarthy guy you could pick.
Yeah, the polar opposite of his character.
Yes, which we'll get to towards the end. But that's kind of in the background at first. The Senator Crockett is against magic. What initially happens is that Dennis Hopper is contracted by an actress named Kim Hudson, played by Penelope Ann Miller, to investigate her husband, because her husband is a movie producer who is taking her role and her lines and giving them all to this young chippy, and she doesn't like it, and she wants to get something on her husband, who is played by Alan Rosenberg as N.J. Gottlieb, and he's basically portrayed as the grossest Hollywood kind of guy, and he has these two pet Rottweilers, and he employs a whole coven of witches to help him out and get him writing talent, which includes bringing back to life into present day William Shakespeare. And he also employs Mark Twain and Charles Dickens, we find out.
Yep.
And this coven of witches is kind of headed by Cheryl Lee Ralph, who's also in the news right now. She's about to sing America the Beautiful before the Super Bowl.
Okay.
And I've been seeing her on reruns of Ray Donovan recently. My dad wanted me to watch Ray Donovan, and she plays a recurring character on it. I really hadn't seen her that I could think of in years and years. I pretty much only knew her from this movie, which I've seen many times over the years.
I will say that you had me like, there was a moment of like, oh wow, this is amazing, followed by a moment of crushing disappointment as I was watching the credits, and it was in fact centered on her.
You thought it was going to be Cheryl.
I did not process the last name at first.
No, you thought it was going to be the lady from Twin Peaks.
I did. I was so hoping. I was like, oh no, Cheryl Lee Ralph. Oh no, I know her. No, never mind. That's not all. And you don't want to awe her because she's a good actress. And now
in the movie, there's a hot brunette lady, and in my mind, I remembered it being Sherilyn Fenn because of the credits and how little I knew of Cheryl Lee Ralph.
But yeah, although this does have a Twin Peaks connection,
and it has kind of a Twin Peaksy feel in a way too. There's a campy vibe to it.
And I didn't see this in the opening credits, so I don't know if it was there or not.
Oh, there's a very definite one person who Paul Schrader worked with a lot, or at least multiple times, was the composer, legendary for the Twin Peaks theme, the recently deceased
Angelo Badalamenti. Yeah, I did not see his name in the credits, in the opening credits. I don't know if it was there and I just missed it. But the minute I heard the score, like the minute the jazz score really started to kick in, I was like, okay, either HBO and the people responsible for making this movie went out and found the best knockoff Angelo Badalamenti composer that they could afford, or they got the real guy. And of course,
they got the real guy.
And it's great. I love the score and the aesthetics for this movie. Just genuinely love them.
Dennis Hopper, H. Philip Lovecraft, he is hanging out with this coven of witches as an excuse to hang around Gottlieb. And what they see is that eventually Gottlieb goes over and talks to a man in silhouette out at the edge of this studio lot door. And looking into who this man is he's dealing with, it's a kind of private detective security guy who Dennis Hopper has some history with, an Irishman who has a bizarre accent that's part Irish and part Danish or something. And it's Finn Moxa, played by Julian Sands, who has one crazy eye.
Yeah, and one crazy performance to go with it.
And is very menacing.
Yeah.
And he keeps calling Dennis Hopper Dickface.
Oh, I mean, this it's very clearly they basically state outright they have a lot of history together because they're both in the private eye game, so to speak. But Julian Sands will use magic
Yes.
to advances in Finn Moxa is with the times, and Phil H. Philip Lovecraft, Phil as they call him repeatedly in the movie, is not a fan of magic. He is not a magic user, or at least he's not anymore. But we'll get to that, I'm sure.
And Dennis Hopper says, "Hey, tell me something." After he says this, calls him Dick Face a few times. He says, "Do I look like I have a dick on my face?" And Finn Mox is like, "That's what I love about you, Philip. It's what I do. Is I like to take things apart, watches, people. I take what's inside and bring it outside." And then after they deal with each other, he goes back to Cheryl Lee Ralph, and Cheryl Lee Ralph talks about Finn Mox's eye and says, "The devil can put a lot of mischief in an eye like that. If it was me, I'd pluck it out."
Yeah, it's worth noting the dialogue for this movie because it is fantastic in exactly that like parody 50s noir sort of way, which really works for the movie. One quote I did make absolutely sure to write down in my notes in the scene when Kim Hudson is hiring Phil. She says, if her husband is up to something, basically it'll be cheap, tawdry, and decidedly third rate.
She has another great quote at some point, which she's like, "If you think that, then I'm dumber than I look."
Yeah, and someone who's as dumb as I look would see this as wrong. Something like that. Yeah, I didn't write that one down. I did write down again. Dennis Hopper's got a real way with this hard-boiled dialogue.
Yes,
If brain
this is another thing that I read
it.
that Paul Schrader was like really excited to cast Dennis Hopper in this part because Dennis Hopper is almost always a supporting character in movies up to this point. And he was like, "You come in and you steal a scene or two and you're gone. In this movie, you're going to lay back and be this like hip, weary guy and let everybody else steal scenes in the movie." But yet Dennis Hopper is still just awesome in this movie.
Yeah, no, he's great. And I think there are times when he's clearly flying on autopilot.
Oh, he's doing Dennis Hopper things throughout. Yeah. Where you're like, "I've seen him do this."
Yeah, and you can tell, but he's not giving a bad performance.
I think he's great.
Yeah, he's doing what he has to do to make this work, and the fact that it does work as well as it does is largely due to him and Penelope Ann Miller, who is just freaking amazing. Wasn't she in Kindergarten Cop? Do I remember that right?
You do remember that right.
She was the love interest, yeah.
How do you feel about Kindergarten Cop?
Not great.
Terrible movie.
Terrible movie. This is better.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see her in something good for a change. She really owns this part.
Yeah, she's quite good. What I remember about this movie is that when it came out on HBO was a time when my family had HBO, and they just, as they do with things, they just advertised the hell out of it. Like you would just see these ads for Witch Hunt all the time, and they really sold it on the sex element. Like,
oh yeah, I can see that.
They sold it with sex, and the movie's really not that sexy.
No, there's not much nudity in here. There are very attractive women wearing very attractive outfits at multiple points, but that's,
There is eventually a little nudity.
Yeah, there is a little bit, but not much.
Part, it's really kind of a comedy, satire, silly fantasy detective movie.
Yeah, this is clearly a case of the person who was hired to do the advertisements for this film just had no idea what to do and decided to play to the network's strengths.
Yes, that we can show you naked people on TV.
And that's a shame because this movie has enough to recommend it without that.
He follows
Gottlieb
to a house in Los Feliz, which turns out to be actually, I believe, a house in Pasadena. It's a house you see in Westworld. It's a Frank Lloyd Wright house. We talked about that penthouse in Tar. One thing this movie has is it has both the Frank Lloyd Wright house in Pasadena that's in the show Westworld and in a variety of movies. It also has the Frank Lloyd Wright house that is Deckard's apartment in Blade Runner.
Blade Runner, yeah.
Which is the actual, which is actually more where he's going here in the scene in the Hollywood Hills.
I am very familiar with the house that you're talking about. It's called the Ennis House.
It's also in Karate Kid 3.
It's in a bunch of stuff. The thing that I know it from immediately when I saw the outside of the house, I was like, oh, that's Angel's Mansion. Because anyone who's watched the first 3 seasons of Buffy as many times as I have has seen the outside of the Ennis house on many, many occasions.
I've walked by that house. You can't tour it. I think the one in Pasadena, you might be able to. I need to go down there soon when I'm in LA and check out whether or not you can go in it. However, you can't go in that house. Somebody owns it or something, and it's not something you can tour. Like, you can barely see, you can see that front of the house when you walk by it, but that's all you can see, unfortunately. I'd love to go around in there.
Oh, it would be a blast, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but you can definitely go by it.
So yeah, he tails Gottlieb and he tails Gottlieb up to this place and stakes him out.
Like, if I had a nickel for every time someone in my profession tailed a guy up to a house in Los Feliz, which is some of our film noir knowing parody of old film noirs moments we get in this movie. He parks, and then what kind of bird ends up on his car?
Oh, I will not say it, nevermore.
That's right. We get another movie with a raven. We don't get any Poe quoting. We do get Samuel Coleridge.
Yeah, well, we don't get any Poe quoting, but what we get is a magic raven who puts Dennis Hopper to sleep.
Yes.
And you know what? I've seen The Pale Blue Eye now. That seems fair to me.
Now, I kind of forget here. Does he end up just does he wake up in this bed in this house?
No, he wakes up in the car.
Okay, so he wakes up back in the car, and that's kind of the end of this adventure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what happens pretty much next is that N.J. Gottlieb and his wife, Penelope Ann Miller, have it out in his office where he pretty much tells her that they'll get a divorce and that their marriage was a sham and a license to shop for her. And she's like, my public won't stand for this. I'm a star. And he's like, you're so replaceable. You'll be forgotten before you're out of this office. And then as soon as she leaves, some kind of magic spell befalls him.
Oh, no. But before you go to that, we have to talk about her kiss off line.
Oh, yes. This is not the first time I've been blanked in a producer's office.
She says this, God bless you, Penelope Ann Miller, because she's playing all the way into like the 50s hard-boiled dame aesthetic throughout the whole movie. All of her lines, at least as Kim Hudson, are delivered with that beautiful enunciation. Like, she is milking those for everything they're worth. But that might be her best line reading in the movie. I really think it deserves to be singled out.
But then Gottlieb is alone, but something strikes a magic spell on him, and he is shrunk down to tiny, tiny size in one of the movie's many, like, not too spectacular special effects that I think are quite fun.
Yeah, you know what? It's fine. It works. It's okay.
The movie goes out of its way almost to show off how bad its effects are, because in the opening sequence where we see the montage of all the real magic, a lot of it is just the crappy magic people can really do as card tricks and stuff and levitations. There's a real effort not to make it that spectacular.
There is, but there's something, the shrinking effect is not great, I admit, but you got to admire the practical nature of what follows. I would love to be the costume designer / prop master. Okay, this is what we need from you guys. We need you to make a giant sleeve and a giant cuff that one of our actors can crawl out of, because he's going to be super tiny. Come on. How is that not great? Alan Rosenberg, yeah?
Yes.
He's Gottlieb. Did a great job.
And he is in turn devoured by
By
his
his-
Rottweilers.
Yeah.
Which brings the police to investigate. The main cop we meet is Detective Brad or Lieutenant Bradbury. So now we have Lovecraft and Bradbury.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And Dennis Hopper shows up and they talk about how his wife was Lovecraft's employer and was the last person to see Gottlieb before he died. She just left his office.
And again, the description of what happened to Gottlieb is fantastic. That his dogs basically tore him apart. But as they're saying that, you ever see what happens when two dogs rip apart a chew toy? And then you see the guy with the stretcher in the background, and Lieutenant Bradbury chases them away. He's like, "We don't need a gurney. You could fit what's left of him in a lunch pail."
Yes.
God, this script. Love it. So who is Lieutenant Bradbury? What have I seen him in before? Because I saw him and I know I've seen him in something.
He's a guy named Christopher John Fields. And I guess he was the dry cleaner operator in Fight Club. I think he has small roles in a lot of recognizable movies. Stargate, Jurassic Park, Apollo 13.
Okay. Well, then, no wonder he's recognizable. Okay, fair enough.
That seemed to be about it as far as the things that he was in Alien 3. He was in Jacob's Ladder.
Oh, I think I saw Alien 3 once, but I really don't remember anything other than lava. So I'm not going to go back and rewatch that one for him. No,
I've seen worse movies than Alien 3.
Yeah, but not more disappointing.
Perhaps not.
More disappointing.
At this point, Dennis Hopper goes and visits Penelope Ann Miller to get information and perhaps inform her that she's a person of interest. And she immediately fires him.
Before even hearing him out,
Yeah, she fires him from his job, which doesn't make her look very innocent. But then he tells her, and he starts telling her what happened. He talks to her about going to the house in Los Feliz. Oh, he's also at some point visited Cheryl Lee Ralph as Hippolyta Kropotkin and talked to her about the Raven. And she talks about the Ravens being very powerful and stuff. But then he goes and sees Penelope Ann Miller, and when he mentions the house in Los Feliz, it gets a pause from her.
She immediately tells him to stay away from the house.
So of course he does not.
Yeah, because this is a noir.
But we've also found out by now that we missed that Senator Crockett has come to Hollywood, and he was in league with Gottlieb. We saw them together.
Yes.
Eric Bogosian and Eric Gottlieb were buddies. So now, for whatever reason, also Eric Bogosian has taken an interest in the death of Gottlieb. Dennis Hopper goes back to this house in Los Feliz. He gets accosted by two thugs outside when a great thing where we don't see the first thug. What we see is that Dennis Hopper is hiding behind a topiary horse or donkey.
Yeah, which is an odd choice because, the last time we saw him at this mansion, he looked pretty bushed.
Yeah. And he's smoking a cigarette, and the way we get revealed that there's a thug is that he flicks it into the bushes, and he's already known there's a thug somehow because he flicks it right at the thug, who then emerges from the bushes angry that he's had this cigarette flicked at him.
Oh, I know, he is so offended.
And it's the legendary character actor Clifton Collins Jr., also from Westworld.
Oh, you gotta love that.
Much like the house that he's outside of. But then they take Dennis Hopper inside to the kitchen to cool his heels and keep him on ice, and he busts out, he knocks out Tyrone, played by Clifton Collins, who is, in these days it's still known as Clifton Gonzalez, shortly after his role in the Stoned Age as Tack. And so Dennis Hopper is now roaming this house, this fancy house, and what he finds out is that it's a bordello run by a drag queen played by Lip Synca, who is a real life, lip sync artist, stage show drag queen person. She uses magic. She brings out a prospective prostitute for some rich fat cat, and the fat cat starts making demands. He's like, I would like a little more sophistication. And she changes the hair and appearance through magic of the prostitute. And then he's like, and a little more up top. And she makes the prostitute's boobs grow.
I was going to say, it is at this point in a movie with, let me see, an incredible shrinking man with a raven that makes you go to sleep, and with Julian Sands with a really weird eye. It is at this point that the movie starts to get weird.
Yeah.
I have no idea how that happened.
I guess they find Dennis Hopper, then they beat him up or kick him out or something.
Yeah, to be fair, he's not doing a good job of hiding. He is in plain view behind the pillar overlooking the room where all of this is taking place. Like, you can see him. He's barely obscured by the pillar. Vivian Dart is Lipsinka's character name.
Yes.
Vivian clearly knows he's been there the entire time. She walks right straight up to him.
And so he is then somehow disposed of.
Yeah, she offers him at first. Vivian offers him like, do you have a taste for anything particular? Which gives us another one of those great lines, like,
I'm way past being particular.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I love that again. So yeah, he gets disposed of. That's true.
And he continues on his investigation. Oh man. So convoluted, I can't remember. We get to Gottlieb's funeral, where the preacher talks about how we're all extras in God's plan.
Yes, and even a very little extra.
Yeah, and Gottlieb became the littlest extra. So silly.
It really is. This is where, again, I think I mentioned this earlier, but this is the scene where if the frame fits, you're going to wear it.
Yes.
I wrote down way too many lines of dialogue and not enough plot.
Yeah.
For this movie, but
what's funny is I've probably seen this movie 7 times and I'm struggling to remember the plot, and I just watched it a couple of days ago.
Well, the next thing that happens after the great funeral scene, by the way, love the, like, it's not even a child-sized coffin. He's in a shoebox. On top of this, like, full, again, it's just fantastic. They run across 2 people, both magic users, who are going to help investigate the place where Gottlieb was when
yes, they
first his car, and then the place where he was when he left.
Yeah, they use a medium, 2 people from Cheryl Lee Ralph's Coven. She introduces them to both these people, and they take him on a ride to a house in Malibu on the beach, which is, I couldn't figure out if it was the same house, but it's clearly meant to evoke the house from the end of the movie Kiss Me Deadly, which I know is a movie that, man, lots of people love, including me, but is a movie that Paul Schrader enjoys. A classic early 50s film noir itself.
Okay.
With Ralph Meeker as Mike Hammer, but it ends up at a house just like this in Malibu, if not the same house. And so what happens is that it freaks out the medium lady, this house, because what she does is she gets in a thing and it gives her memories of what has happened there. And that's that's the car initially that they get in. She directs Dennis Hopper to where the car has been.
Yeah. Which is, by the way, a really neat concept that the movie just sort of throws down, and it does what it wants to do with it, but you're left to figure out the rest on your own, which, again, I appreciate that.
And this movie has the problem, though it doesn't deal with it as a problem, it just has a blast. This movie just decides to have fun with everything of what can magic do and what can't it do, because magic seems to have unlimited power in this movie, and yet so many things don't happen.
Yes.
And so there are never any rules to magic established.
No, it's not like one person. And this is, you know what? I'm glad you said that, because now we're finally touching on my big problem with the movie. In the lighter moments, when it's being a film noir parody with magic and it's not really explaining itself, it's just kind of getting by on good set design, good costumes, decent humor, and a lot of charm. In those moments, it really works. And then something happens and you step back to think about the world and it completely falls apart.
I just finished reading a couple weeks ago now Quentin Tarantino's book of cinema speculation that came out towards the end of last year.
Yeah.
He talks about different movies, and one of the movies he talks about is Paul Paul Schrader's Hardcore. And he says that Paul Schrader is one of the greatest screenwriters of all time, but he just can't pull off real genre stuff. And he's like, his example, aside from the third act of Hardcore, is that in the movie American Gigolo, it revolves around framing this male prostitute played by Richard Gere. And the movie's great, but he's so clearly innocent, it's impossible to believe that the police could frame him. And he's right. And in this movie, as we go on in the movie with the magic stuff of the horror stuff, which Paul Schrader just said, like when he read the original script, he just couldn't take it seriously at all. And so just did whatever he wanted with it. And then as we wrap up the actual plot of the movie, it makes no sense.
No, zero sense. And that's like the movie did become a little bit more of a slog for me as it went on for that reason. It's not just that the power sets are not well defined. It seems like anyone can use magic in this world, right?
Yes.
But we seem to have people who specialize in a particular kind of magic, and then we have people who seem to be more generalists. What's the dividing line? I don't know.
Yeah, you never find out anything.
Yeah, how can you stop magic from happening? I don't know. And the part where it really goes off the rails for me, unfortunately, is the climax, which I know we're going to get to eventually, but just to kind of set it up, where the movie actually takes a serious point of view on something. I'm like, I'm not sure you've earned that, movie. The more you start to try and be about real things, it's the more I start to question how your magic works. But we're going to get to that, I'm sure.
Okay, so we get to this house.
Yep.
Where the medium is led to this house on the beach in Malibu. And then when she gets in the house to get memories of what happened there, she gets freaked out because there are no memories.
Yep.
Some kind of magic has wiped all psychic memory from this house. She can't get a read on anything. And Dennis Hopper's regular detecting starts to figure out that not only have memories been wiped from the house, real fingerprints have been wiped off everything. In fact, the only things they find are that there are 2 bottles of scotch, one of which clearly has had like a shot or 2 poured out of it. And then they find a stem of a martini glass in a bathtub, which they wonder if those things weren't left for them to find.
Yeah, because again, prints have clearly been wiped off of this bottle of alcohol in which some alcohol is missing.
So now we know this house is involved somehow and magic is involved, which we already knew. And this house in Los Feliz is involved. He maybe starts to suspect that Penelope Ann Miller knows more than she's let on.
Yes, because she clearly knows enough about the house to tell him to stay away from it.
And is this where he goes to meet her at the movies?
Yes. And not just the movies. It's so 50s, the drive-in.
And she's watching a 50s film noir that she acts in.
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't go to meet her there. He tails her there.
Oh, and then gets in her car and she won't kick him out.
Yeah. And she is wearing a bubblegum pink dress and driving a bubblegum pink car. She stands out like a sore thumb in this parking lot. It would not have been hard to tail her there. But yeah, this is when he shows up and starts asking her what she knows, at which point they're interrupted by a, quote, friend, unquote, of hers. And I was never quite clear on their relationship.
We get told about it later, not in perhaps little is left vague, but we do get told about where they know each other from.
And, we do get told that. I just was not clear on, then again, maybe the movie doesn't want to be clear on exactly how they know each other.
Yeah. The one thing I do know is that when we're watching the movie that has Penelope Ann Miller in it, we're actually watching clips from a real movie.
I thought that was the case. I didn't know that for sure, but I actually have this down on my notes.
And the movie is The Big Combo.
Okay.
which we mentioned.
We
in our
did
talking
mention
about
that
the Great
earlier.
Imposter.
I was wondering why you brought that up, so now I know.
Yeah, when I made such a point, because when I realized, I was like, oh yeah, that's the movie in Witch Hunt.
Okay.
So at any rate, her friend shows up. It's a beautiful brunette lady, which is the lady I remembered being Sherilyn Fenn, but it's
I
not.
can see why you made the mistake. It's they're very similar aesthetics, especially with the whole like classy blue dress is something I could absolutely see
Oh
Audrey
yeah.
Hepburn wearing. Yeah, I can see that.
Dennis Hopper wants them to spill on why they're meeting out here at this drive-in and stuff and what they know. They're kind of reticent and stuff. But when he's finally about to maybe get somewhere, something's about to happen. Suddenly the movie itself, through magic, when at the climax of the film, when Richard Conte, I believe, is shot a bunch of times or somebody shoots, the actual movie starts shooting out of the screen at their car and trying to shoot them. And this is one of the funniest lines because it's magic and the movie is magically shooting at them.
Oh, I hope you're going to point out what I think you're going to point
That
out.
Penelope Ann Miller's like, he fired 6 times.
Oh, yes. Okay, good. It was like, how do you possibly know?
Yeah,
if he can
believe
fire
that.
bullets out of a screen, that he's limited to the number of shots that would fit in the actual gun.
It's so
Thank
funny.
you. It is. But in the logic of the movie, it works, right? I mean, I guess, because again, there's no limit placed on the magic. Dennis Hopper and Penelope Ann Miller are hiding.
It's kind of a nod to like, we know this movie doesn't make sense. We're gonna have fun with it.
Yeah.
Very funny. And so
I mean, I
when they
suppose-
get out of the car, the brunette friend steals the car.
Yeah, I guess they're familiar enough with the magic that, you know, they know how it would have to work.
I think it's just a complete nod to this movie has no interior logic.
I know, but I have to find it. But yeah, this is when Marie steals the car and hightails it out of there.
Yes. This doesn't work out for Marie.
No, it
Because
does not.
she apparently drives off
Yeah.
the Santa Monica Pier or something
Yeah.
into
Well,
the
I mean,
ocean.
that's what she gets for being a real dummy.
Yeah. When she's retrieved, she is frozen in place like a beauty queen, waving and smiling as a mannequin from the car wheel.
Yeah.
And he says, like, he has a line about how she'll end up as a mannequin for real in his narration.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how mannequins are made or something now. It's very strange. Yeah. And this is another time we meet Bradbury's there and they talk. And Bradbury's your classic weary cop who's actually a good guy. He's doing his investigation, but he and Dennis Hopper clearly have some kind of pleasant history.
Yeah.
That we never get gone into, but it's a nice little relationship they have.
Yeah, but this is a noir. You don't really have to go deeper.
No. That's part of the fun.
That's okay. Hinting at things. Again, this is one of the things we both liked about Tar, hinting at the backstory that never quite makes it to the front. All right, so where do we go from here?
I think at some point he goes back to the Vivian Dort house.
Yes.
And this is where we get, or maybe he goes, first we find out how Penelope Ann Miller knew the brunette girl, which is that Penelope Ann Miller was a secretary in a secretary pool at the studio, and she wanted to be a star and didn't feel pretty enough. So she somehow she found out about Vivian Dort and went to this mansion and had some work done, which is basically that she wears a magic necklace.
Yes, she is literally leading a charmed life.
Yes, and she takes this necklace off. When she takes this necklace off, all of her makeup and hairstyling and lighting changes.
Yeah.
And she's supposed to now be a plain Jane, forgettable woman.
And it's surprising. You see this, like most movies at this point would just like throw a pair of glasses and maybe like frizz up the hair a little bit. And Penelope Ann Miller still looks pretty.
Yes, she does. That's one thing I was going to point out. She still looks pretty good.
She still looks pretty, but there is a definite difference. And you could easily see, like, she's pretty, but she's pretty in a very mousy way. Like, they don't try to make her ugly, they try to make her conventionally attractive in like a really retiring way. And I think
They
they
use
do
hard
succeed.
shadows and poor lighting to make her seem like she has like a less perfect face and stuff.
Yeah, and they do a pretty good job given what they have to work with, given that she is a very attractive woman. Again, when the mission is not to make her ugly, but to make her ordinary, like someone you would go, oh, yeah, kind of overlook maybe in a crowded room. But boy, when that makeup goes on, when she puts the necklace back on, she pops again. She really stands out. I think they did a good job with that.
And she reveals that that's where she knew that girl from. That girl is one of, I guess, the prostitutes of Vivian Dort.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't learn anything else, I think, about that relationship.
Not really.
Which
And that is, I think, when we go back to Vivian's place.
Yes. And I think that that's maybe left vague intentionally, or maybe there was something deleted. Who knows? Do you get the feeling that maybe they were lovers or something, or there's more to this?
Maybe she worked there for a time.
That's what I think too, that maybe Penelope Ann Miller was not just a secretary.
Mm-hmm. And this is one of the things, though. If magic is available to everybody, there should be some books about how to make charmed objects and how to do this. So why is it only Vivian that can provide this of all people? Why do we have to go to her?
Vivian is very powerful, though. Like, she has that piano player. She could just change to a totally different piano player
and a totally different style of music. That's true. So some people clearly are more powerful than others. Okay, maybe that's it. Maybe that could be a reason. That could be a reasonable reason, I suppose.
He shows up at Vivian Dort's house again, or Vivian
Yes.
Dart. And Vivian Dart, her thugs accost him again, but now they have a third thug.
Oh yeah, we've seen him before.
Okay.
Huge hulking guy, and the first time I saw him I had no idea what was wrong with him, but something is clearly wrong with him.
And the answer is he's a zombie.
Yes, that is correct.
One of the great lines of the movie too is when Hopper's like, you know what they say about zombies?
What do they say?
Strong as hell. Very bad lateral movement. He just sways back and forth, and the zombie imitates him until he falls over and his eyes bust out of his head and spray gas.
And he knocks out Clifton Collins in the process.
Yes.
Which I don't remember who the other guy is, the guy with the goatee.
He reminds me of the guy that's buddies with Arnold Schwarzenegger, but I don't think it's actually him. I think that's a larger man in real life. Apparently it's the actor James Harper.
Okay.
Who is in Armageddon as Admiral Kelso. Isn't a big actor, but he just looked like he reminds me of the guy Spin Olsen, who's in a lot of Arnold Schwarzenegger movies.
Yeah,
it's like
I can
Arnold
see
Schwarzenegger's weightlifting buddy.
That must have been the connection I was making too. So
I thought it was him at first.
Yeah. So they fight, and obviously Hopper's going to win that. Gets through the fight and finds Vivian in the process of packing up and leaving. Do I remember this correctly? Okay.
Yes. And it turns out that maybe we've had info on this that we didn't know before or that we haven't mentioned. But what happens is that Vivian Dart and Finn Moxa are in league together. And they've been running a classic film noir shakedown wherein they set rich guys up with a hooker, and then things get a little rough. And
it's usually specifically Marie. I think they mentioned
that's the connection.
That's the connection. She specializes in this, or she specialized. I guess I should say, in this.
And that's why he goes back to Vivian Dart too. Is like, I think maybe Penelope Ann Miller knows about this. Why Marie was so afraid and hiding.
Yeah, they find rich guys who like to treat their women a little rough.
And then they frame them.
Yeah.
And shake them down.
An accident happens, and they can make the accident go away for a price.
Yeah, that's right. And so Marie is kind of the person that just keeps getting revived when the price is paid to Finn Moxa and Vivian Dart. And now Vivian Dart is scared, and is trying to skip town and
Yeah.
says her relationship with Moxa is resolved.
But no one crosses Finn Moxa.
No one crosses Finn Moxa. What happens now is something completely different, is that Senator Crockett decides to have trials in LA to bust LA witches. And his prime suspect is Hippolyta Kropotkin, Cheryl Lee Ralph, who he decides to frame for the murder of MJ Gottlieb, based on MJ Gottlieb having dealings with her and wearing a charm she gave him when he died. And he uses Penelope Ann Miller as a witness in a public trial, a public witch hunt, in which he decides to make her name names, and she doesn't want to name who this witch is, but she eventually does give up Hippolyta Kropotkin, who's then arrested for murder. We find out that Eric Bogosian wants Dennis Hopper to come work for him because he hates magic and Dennis Hopper hates magic. We've actually found this out earlier, and then what happens now is we find out that he's going to burn Hippolyta Kropotkin on a pyre in public.
Yes.
For murdering MJ Gottlieb.
Honest to goodness witch burning.
On national television.
On national television. I had several questions written down about this part. For starters, this man is a U.S. senator.
Yes, this is where the movie gets really loose with plotting.
It really does. And this takes place in California.
Yes.
Is he a senator from California?
I don't think
so. No. So why isn't
he's like from Ohio or Wisconsin or something?
Yeah, well,
they tell us.
I mean, I hope he's from Wisconsin, because that would just really hammer the McCarthy connection home.
Yeah.
But why isn't he persecuting witches in his own state? If everybody's doing magic, he's got no shortage of candidates.
Which, by the way, do you remember in the opening montage when we saw that magic was in Hollywood, who we saw as somebody that deals with magic?
I don't off the top of my head.
Ronald Reagan.
Oh, that must have been Paul Schrader getting a little dig in.
So at any rate, yeah. So go ahead with your question.
So that's one of my questions. My other big question, I guess, off of this scene is, how does he think he's going to get away with this? And I'm not talking about legal consequences. If you're in a world where everyone can do magic, and where many, many, many people do, and there are lots of very, very powerful witches out there, announcing your
war on magic.
Yeah, announcing your war on magic is basically like saying, here I am, kill me, kill me. And this is where I actually lost track of the movie for a little bit, because I forgot to pause it while I was thinking through the consequences of this. And I was teasing out some ideas that I think could have made the movie a little better. Like, for example, and we do find eventually, spoiler alert, that Crockett is kind of dabbling with magic himself, or at the very least, he's associating with magic users, fighting fire with fire, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been more interesting to me at this point if he were relying on like some white magic coven of witches who were giving him protection. The protection market for famous people in this world would be through the roof. Like, there would be people who would want to kill famous people or humiliate them or embarrass them, especially if they're in something like politics, which is inherently divisive and controversial. There are going to be witches who disagree with your policies, who would love to turn you into a salamander or give you like verbal dysphagia, or just drive you absolutely out of your mind. And I'm thinking about all these ideas, and I'm like, why isn't this in the movie? Why isn't this in the movie? And then, the movie does something crazy and wins me back. But I wish that those things had been addressed. In a better movie, they would have been addressed. Like that whole idea about, in a world where everyone can do magic, there's going to be a market for people who can protect you from magic. That in itself would be a really interesting movie.
They could have done more movies in this series.
Yeah.
Although I'm not confident that they would be done by people as talented as Paul Schrader.
No, probably not.
The first movie just isn't as good at all. It does have good actors and good atmosphere. Martin Campbell does a good job directing it, but the screenplay is not nearly as fun. At some point in this, we've also, maybe it's around here, he talks to Hippolyta Kropotkin before she's busted, Dennis Hopper does, and he talks about his misgivings about how much water is involved in this case. There's the pier death, the water of the beach house,
Yep.
and I'm not sure what other water there's been, actually.
The water everywhere.
Yeah, and we get that he has a misgiving about water. And this is also coming up where Penelope Ann Miller tells him she really didn't know she was going to have to name Hippolyta Kropotkin. She just thought this was an excuse to get her face out there on TV and get away clean on this whole suspicion of murder thing and kind of be a star for a second again. And then she got cornered and had to name names on TV or be in trouble. And Hopper forgives her. And at some point it's asked, why don't you use magic? And Hopper says, I did once. And he tells the story of how he needed to find out information on a boat. Mm-hmm. There were two guys went out on a fishing boat to discuss something. And so what he did was he put a spell on a bottle of wine or a bottle of water or something, and that these two guys would take this out there and the bottle would record everything they said. And then they would return to shore and he could pour out the contents of the bottle and see their conversation.
Yeah. This, by the way, is the point where the movie won me back, because that's such an interesting concept that I forgot all about my complaints about Senator Crockett's schemes.
The plan worked. He got back. He got the information. Yep. He solved his crime from this bottle of information and of conversation. However, what he didn't account for was there was a third person on the boat. It was a girl. Mm-hmm. And when these guys got busted and when he solved the case, they didn't assume that magic had been how they got overheard. They assumed this girl talked and they killed her. And now the man in the bottle is back.
Yeah.
Fast forward now to before Hippolyta Kropotkin is going to be burned to death. Dennis Hopper accosts Senator Crockett, who is busy giving a case of money to Finn Moxa.
Yep.
And at this point, Bond villain style, they break down their entire scheme, which is that they've been in league the whole time. Eric Bogosian, Senator Crockett, is not anti-magic. He's just pro-publicity and wants to be president. And he's been paying Finn Moxa to help him out. And they were going to frame Penelope Ann Miller for the murder of Gottlieb, which turns out they are behind. Finn Moxa was behind the murder of Gottlieb, but then he convinced Crockett that the witch would wear the frame better, so they framed her instead. Hopper says he's going to save the day. He refuses to work with Crockett. He's going to blow the lid off everything. So what Crockett has is his two bodyguards, his two Secret Service style bodyguard guys.
Yep.
Come out of nowhere and pretty much just say they've overheard everything and that Dennis Hopper is a criminal and that Finn Mox is a criminal. And Crockett takes back the case of money and is going to have them busted for evidence, allegedly. Mm-hmm. And Finn Mox and Dennis Hopper are now in deep water, in deep trouble, though they're going to be given ringside seats to watch Cheryl Lee Ralph burn to death.
What I love about that little exchange, by the way, is Finn Moxa is not smart enough to avoid Bond villaining his plan.
Yes.
To Dennis Hopper. But clearly Senator Crockett is smart enough to avoid Bond villaining his actual plan to the guy he's about to backstab.
Yes. Senator Crockett tells us what he's really all about here. Like I said, and you get some very good. Let me tell you something about the people. This is my favorite line of the movie, and I've been thinking about it because I think this is one of those pieces of wisdom in a movie where it's so true.
Yeah.
Senator Crockett has this line where when he's explaining why he's leading this witch hunt, and he says, let me tell you about the people. You lock any 10 of them in a room, they may not elect a leader, but I guarantee they'll pick somebody to hate.
Yeah.
And right now, I'm in a training class with 7 students. We have not elected a leader, but we've all picked the person to hate. And this will happen anytime you're in a meeting with the people and you're in a class. There's always that person to hate.
Yeah.
It's so true.
I have both been in the group that selected that person and been that person.
There's just something where you need an outlet, and it becomes this annoying person in pretty much every group.
Yeah, no, it is a great line, and you're right. It's a much deeper thought than you would expect to find in a movie like Witch Hunt.
Yes.
And this is also where the movie really started to go off the rails.
It really did. This is what I was going to tell you. This is where the movie starts to make zero, or it's already started to make no sense with this whole Crockett thing. But this is where it's just like, we're just going to wrap up the movie here.
We're all the way into Crazy Town now. Absolutely.
Yeah. Because this is where they're going to just arrest Finn Moxa, knowing all of his power.
Yes. Well, as we already know, because we've established it, no one crosses Finn Moxa.
Yeah, no one crosses Finn Moxa. He brings what's inside outside.
Yep.
And he blows a salamander onto Senator Crockett that Senator Crockett shakes off and then goes on stage. And Dennis Hopper immediately looks at Finn Moxa, Julian Sands, and is like, "What did you do?" And of course he says, "Nobody crosses Finn Moxa."
Yeah.
And so then they're forced to their seats. Cheryl Lee Ralph is tied to the straw or whatever, the stake is about to be burned.
Mm-hmm.
And then Senator Crockett comes out and starts telling the people about how America is going to be okay.
Yep. I did like that line. It's a very generic, I can see that being a slogan.
America, we're going to make America great again. It's morning in America.
Mm.
Yeah. America is going to be okay.
Yep.
And it's going to be okay because of people like you all out there. He's giving this speech, and then all of a sudden he starts coughing and having conniptions. And maybe he coughs up a salamander.
He coughs up a big toad.
That's right.
Right in front of him on the podium. And I thought initially that he was going to explode into like a shower of toads or something, and it turned out to be so much more interesting than that.
What kind of happens is what's inside comes outside, and Senator Crockett rips out of his own skin and suit and is revealed basically to be Lenny Bruce.
Yeah, it's a pretty meta moment.
And in that also that's pretty much Eric Bogosian.
Yeah, this is basically him playing himself.
This is where he just starts to be like, "Oh, look who decided to show up to the party." And then he starts talking about, everybody's shocked, and he's like, "Whoa, what's wrong? We're going to get witches and we're going to stack them up like firewood. Let's burn them, blah, blah, blah." And he's like, "Oh, you people need me." He kind of goes into some Sam Kinison style action here, and nobody likes it. And even though he doesn't actually commit any crimes or admit to any on stage, in one of the least sensical parts of the movie, some of the police just run out and tell him he's under arrest.
Well, you know what? Earlier in the movie, he, with absolutely no authority, acting on his own as just one member of the U.S. Congress,
yes,
not in an official hearing even, behaved as judge, jury, and executioner. So you know what?
Yeah,
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, so
we've got ample evidence that he's committed crimes.
Oh yeah, including murder.
Yeah, I don't care. It's fine. It's fine. It makes as much sense as anything else in the last 30 minutes of this movie.
So he gets arrested, and Dennis Hopper runs on stage and frees Cheryl Lee Ralph. She's saved. But in this moment, we lose track of Finn Moxa. And instead of just letting him go, he's like, "No, me and that crazy Mick have some unfinished business." And then you see it started to rain. And there's perhaps a message on his windshield that's written in magic that says, "Water, water everywhere." And Cheryl Lee Ralph says, looks like he feels the same way. Mm-hmm. And Dennis Hopper figures out somehow that where they need to go to chase him.
To go back to the house where...
on Malibu, the Kiss Me Deadly house.
Yeah, where there was no memory, where everything had been wiped clean.
They go back there. And we found out this is the house where they stage these rough murders too.
Yeah.
And sure enough, Finn Mox is there. And Dennis Hopper, he has Cheryl Lee and Ralph wait outside, which was actually part of Kiss Me Deadly, is that there's a guy in Kiss Me Deadly that wants to find a girl, and Dennis Hopper, or not Dennis Hopper, but Ralph Meeker as Mike Hammer has him wait outside till it's supposed to be a right moment that gets messed up. But Cheryl Lee Ralph is just supposed to wait outside while Dennis Hopper solves this murder with or just he has it out with Finn Moxa. Also, Penelope Ann Miller's missing.
Yes.
And so Finn Moxa, when he comes in, he talks about how Philip Marlowe won't use magic, but could use magic, and he should be working with him, which I don't know why. After everything that's happened, he thinks Philip Lovecraft will work with him or even wants him to. He seems to have all the power and this is one of the things that makes no sense, this insistence that Dennis Hopper come work with him.
Yeah.
And
it would have made a lot more sense the first time it was said at the beginning of the movie.
Yes, than now. And we find out, of course, that we suspected that the voice in the bottle who killed the woman on the boat was Finn Moxa.
Yes.
And now Finn Moxa is going to reveal where Penelope Ann Miller is.
Yeah, this was one of the low-key creepier scenes in the movie for me.
Not even low-key.
Yeah.
Although it's one of those times where you're like, wait, magic can just do anything? Why does anybody have any problems?
Yeah, and that's, again, well, we'll come back to that. But yeah, first it's presented to us, the scene that you're talking about is a recreation of Senator Crockett and Marie.
Yeah, so what happened is that Senator Crockett, which we know that they were trying to frame him.
Yeah.
And blackmail him. And that's what we assume, I guess, the payoff is for when he's handing him the case of money before we find out that it's even for framing Hippolyta Kropotkin instead. Is that this is blackmail money, hush money for covering up the alleged murder of Marie, that Senator Crockett was drowning her in a bathtub and making her call him Mr. President while he was drowning her topless. This is our one piece of nudity. Before we go back in there, then Moxa gives a monologue.
I'm a fan of old movies. I like to watch them over and over. And there's one I'd like to show you. Except it's not that old. Just a couple of days. Hold on, Philip. Here's my screening room. This is my movie.
I like to watch old movies again and again. But then he takes him back to the bathroom and shows him this scene in the bathtub, a recreation of Senator Crockett drowning this woman. And then he tells him he can recast the movie and snaps his fingers. And
now it's Kim Hudson.
Yeah, Penelope Ann Miller is the woman being drowned. And the only way to save her is for Dennis Hopper to use magic. And we've also been told earlier that Cheryl Lee Ralph believes that Dennis Hopper has great magic in him. Everybody, apparently, according to her, has magic in him, but he has the qualities of a great magus if he would just use it.
Yes.
But he won't. He says, I don't use magic. Oh, but the pity is, I do. Forgive me, darling, but you're about to die of principle.
And a couple of really great lines, actually.
He's telling him, no, don't do it. He's having this big crisis of conscience. Then something very crazy happens.
Yeah.
With some wild effects.
Yep. He opens his mouth and a raven flies out.
First, his wrist band, his bracelet starts to spin crazily.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about the wristband.
That his mouth opens wide and a raven flies out and sure enough plucks Finn Mox's eye out, the evil eye. And Finn Moxa stumbles backwards out at the window off the ledge into the water and survives somehow briefly. Forget how he's eventually undone. But Cheryl Lee Ralph comes out and she's like, I'm sorry, Philip. I couldn't let you do it. I flipped him the bird.
Which is just such a terrible punchline.
It's so bad. But it's almost good. Almost.
It is certainly memorable.
Yes.
Yeah. And give him that. Our denouement is at the train station.
Yeah. Union Station in downtown LA, I believe.
Yeah, Kim Hudson has decided to go back to being whatever she was before. She's gotten
going
all,
back to Pennsylvania or somewhere.
she's gotten all planed down for this trip back, and Kim Hudson will just go away and disappear, never be heard from again. As will she. She'll just go back to her ordinary life. And it's really hard to make Penelope Ann Miller look ordinary or like she has an ordinary life.
But before she goes, there's one thing they left out doing, and Dennis Hopper bends her over and gives her a big smoocheroo.
All I have written on my notes for this is groan.
Then
was not necessary.
No. Whatever. And then we have one final denouement scene though, where Dennis Hopper's overlooking the city from the roof again, as he's been on this rooftop many times, and he talks about how usually dreams and disappointments were at a 1-to-1 ratio.
Yeah.
And there'll always be Senator Crockett's and Kim Hudson's, and magic will always be around if people want to use an easy way out in life.
Yeah. It's a pretty bleak ending.
A raven shows up for the very last shot of the movie.
Yeah.
The end.
The end.
What a wild ride.
It's so so many of the individual moments are really fun or weird or just legitimately good. And I just can't get over the fact that this is supposed to be a world where everybody has access to magic and can do at least some magic, and the world is still recognizable. Like, nothing should be the same. But then you wouldn't have a movie, right?
I think this movie's a stone cold blast.
It is a lot of fun.
And I loved Tar, but then when I watched this, I was like, this is actually the reason I go to the movies, is to see crazy shit like this.
And it is some very crazy.
With great dialogue and just fun. It's just endless amounts of fun. And I will probably see this movie at least 3 more times before I die. And could crank it up right now almost. I found myself laughing at jokes again. I get creeped out by Finn Moxa. When I was a teenager and saw this movie on TV, and I knew that I wouldn't be, I thought it was so sold on sex, I thought there was no way my parents would let me watch it. Which in retrospect, I'm not sure that's true. It's probably more of like a cover your eyes in this brief nudity scene. Everything else is pretty PG-13 in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And all the Finn Moxa stuff really creeped me out when I was a teenager, and it's still creepy, but really what endures is just all the funny lines and the style of the movie. I might actually have to say, to me, this might be a better movie than Tar, which is just insane. But it may be true for me. I'm not sure if it is or not. But I would put it second.
I think that Lydia Tarr would say the important thing is, what is the effect of this movie? What did it do to you?
It made me happy, really happy.
Well, there you go. Then it must be a great piece of art.
But I also loved Tar. Yeah, but I put this one second, actually. It's just a total like, hey, you've seen a really great movie. You don't need another movie, but if you got some time to kill, here's something that'll kind of make you totally forget Tar in a weird way. It's just so different and strange. Like, you'll go on this ride and have a good time.
Yeah. I mean, this is a bad movie, but it's so enjoyable.
I don't think it's a bad movie at all.
This is where I'm just going to say, like, objectively, this is not a great movie, but there are so many fun moments, and I really did have a good time watching it. For me, the ranking of the night, this would actually be third, and Tar would be first, and Great Imposter would be second. But the fact that this is third makes me feel a little bad, because I did have a blast watching it.
I don't think you have to feel bad. I thought while I was watching Great Imposter, it occurred to me, I was like, I think this is a really strong threesome of movies.
Yeah, we may have done a good one this time.
Yeah, it's like there are no weaknesses on this one. There's no pale blue eye or horns to be contended with on this episode.
Yeah, I did wonder, I gotta confess, as the movie went on, and I couldn't find a connection because I hadn't made the whole Julian Sands connection. I started to wonder if this was what you were doing to me as payback for Or
No. I thought maybe we would make more
like-
of our own connections that like try to draw some through the movie, but we really haven't done that.
no, but
Maybe
it's
I was too
okay.
upfront about there being no connection.
No, but it's okay. I actually did think I had seen it initially. I thought once they showed up inside the Ennis house and
Oh,
all
that it was just the architecture.
that concrete inside, I was like, okay, this is the first connection I know I can see. And I settled in for some other ones, and then I didn't really find
No.
any other ones. I'm like, did he do this just because there's a house where a concrete house where really rich people live? Is that what this is? So
No, that
that
was the clearest connection.
it makes me feel better that it was about news story that had slipped my mind. Yeah, I don't think I ever got around to mentioning you mentioned what else you considered. I really only strongly considered one other thing besides The Great Imposter, and it was very much in the same vein. It was Catch Me If You Can, which we already mentioned. But I decided The Great Imposter, number one, because it's older, number two, because it's less known, number three, because it's more of a character study and less of a caper movie, and number four, because we'd already done Tom Hanks
Oh
recently.
yeah.
And I didn't want to go back to that well again so quickly. And I also briefly considered a spin to pull a connection back from what we were talking about earlier with Witch Hunt. Not that he scored this, Angelo Badalamenti, but I briefly considered Eraserhead.
Oh yeah, which I still haven't watched. I have here
As a companion to Tar. And then I thought, no, because I love Eraserhead. It's not an ironic or a low-key thing either. It is legitimately one of my favorite movies of all time. And I could easily pair it with Tar. The problem is that it's just so weird. And I don't have a problem with weird. It's just like I wanted something that was in a very different vein than Tar. It was so serious. I wanted something lighter. And Eraserhead is not a lighthearted movie.
I'm going to give
pretty
my
much had to be.
rankings. I
Yeah.
give all three movies a thumbs up this week, and I'm going to say Witch Hunt is number one, barely over Tar. Great Imposter is firmly number three, but a strong number three.
Well, I'm
not
saying
strongly in third, but strong as I thought it was a strong movie.
Yeah, fair enough. For me, it's Tar, Great Imposter, and Witch Hunt in that order. But again, I had a blast with Witch Hunt. I haven't explicitly said this, but I think it's obvious. Definitely, it's a thumbs up to Witch Hunt, and I'm gonna give a provisional thumbs up to your double feature idea, just because of the. No, I got to explain that because. Like, I don't see anything in common between these two movies, really. Like, usually I've noticed this as a pattern. Like, you pull, when you're looking for double features, you seem to latch on to like bits of like the same kind of actor or the same like general, some sort of external connection. And I'm looking more for themes, but I would love to come back in a year after I haven't seen Tar for a while, and after I've forgotten Witch Hunt. I would love to actually do this double feature the way you're suggesting it, and watch Tar and then watch Witch Hunt and see what I think. Maybe I'll do that in a year, and we'll see what my final rating is. But for now, provisional thumbs up from me. So, Matt, how's Annie?
She got her gun.
See you guys later.
Ooh.